Chapter 1936. Used like a tool. Ling Han's expression darkened and he said, Peng Huanian, for the sake of third senior brother, I will not call you to account, but you should know your own measure. Do not seek your own humiliation. Haha. Peng Huanian sneered. Ling Han, do you think that just because you are under the tutelage of Grandmaster Zi Qing, you have the right to rule over me? I have already tolerated you for a very long time. You are but a brat, so what are you strutting around for? He was jealous of Ling Han. The latter was superior to him in nothing, yet was taken in by alchemist Zi Qing as disciple, and a disciple that was considered the heir of his teachings at that. Moreover, this brat had 4 beauties by his side, and all of them were supremely beautiful, each having her own unique traits. In terms of cultivation strength, he was a dividing soul tier. In terms of alchemy, he was a 3-star alchemist. Just how was he inferior to Ling Han? He was defiant. What gave Ling Han the right to have all this? Ling Han, Niu wants to pummel him. Niu was the first to lose composure, and was about to step forwards and launch herself into a fight. Meanwhile, the Empress's expression was icy and cold. She similarly could not bear having others be rude towards Ling Han, which made her feel as if it had happened to her. Peng Huanian was completely unafraid. These people were all severing mundane tiers while he was a young soul elite. How could it be that all of them were heaven-defying freakish 5th severance, and could match him in battle? Wasn't that a joke? Grandmaster. Right at this moment, a young man walked quickly out of the city. He was dressed entirely in embroidered robes of crimson, and was incredibly showy. His looks were not too bad, and with a lanky build, he could definitely be considered a handsome young man. When they saw this young man, the guards hurriedly paid their respects. This man was no simple character. Not only was he Peng Huanian's grand disciple, he was also the young master of the noble Missouri clan of the city, and belonged to the category of characters that could make the earth quake with just a stomp of their foot. His name was Mo Shuang. Mo Shuang. Peng Huanian nodded with a smile, seeming to treat this grand disciple with important regard. That was natural. The Mo clan was an ascending origin tier force, and could be considered the strongest below Celestial King tier. He was only a 3-star alchemist, and in front of the Mo clan he could only claim to have some status, but he still was not worthy enough of putting on airs. Alchemists indeed had outstanding status, but this status was bestowed on them by cultivators. In front of true mighty figures, what difference did an alchemist have with a stranger? For example, Mo clan was a target that Peng Huanian had to curry favor with. Mo Shuang's expression was respectful, but there was a sliver of pride in his eyes. Though he had been taken in under Grandmaster Zhu Feng, his true strength lay in cultivation. As for alchemy, it was just a hobby for him. Furthermore, Guanhua City had this kind of atmosphere. Prodigies of cultivation would get a little involved in alchemy so that they could add further shine to their reputation. Grandmaster, this is... He looked at Ling Han, exuding a little puzzlement but more of contempt. Oh, this is just a minor character that has come to congratulate your founder on having broken through to 6th refinement, Peng Huanian stated evenly. With an outsider present, it was absolutely impossible for him to call Ling Han uncle. From the calm peace heaven, he added further. The calm peace heaven? The sneer on Mo Shuang's face became even more pronounced. Who did not know that the calm peace heaven was the weakest in strength among the 33 heavens of Eastern Celestial Realm? Previously, it had been ranked as equals with the wide prosperity heaven and far west heaven, but in the last several 100 million years, the cultivation level of the wide prosperity heaven and far west heaven had taken leaps and bounds in development, and had already left the calm peace heaven far behind. In the hearts of the cultivators of the wide prosperity heaven, the calm peace heaven was a symbol of weakness. Thus, if the cultivation level of both sides was equal, it was natural that it would be the cultivator from the wide prosperity heaven that could emerge victorious more easily. However, while the calm peace heaven was weak, it did seem to be rich in exquisite beauties. He glanced at Niu, then looked at the Empress and then passed an eye over bewitching Maiden Row. The 3 women all had their own unique traits. One was beautiful yet pure, one was supremely elegant, though she did not show her appearance, and the last was alluring and bewitching, every slight movement capable of enchanting others. Grandmaster, it seems like this person has disrespected you, Mo Shuang said. He was secretly glad. This was a rare opportunity for him to show his might. He could humiliate Ling Han in public and see what these beautiful women would think of him then. The calm peace heaven was really weak. 3 top-grade beauties were actually following such a wimp. Peng Huanian calmly stated, He is just a young man that has an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. In front of this junior, he naturally had to maintain the reservedness that he had as a high-grade alchemist. However, firstly he was indeed conducting himself with dignity, and secondly Ling Han was indeed Grandmaster Zicheng's disciple, and was his martial uncle as well. If he made a move on Ling Han personally, Grandmaster Zhu Feng would definitely not spare him. But Mo Shuang was a different case. Firstly, he could not be held responsible since he did not know better, and secondly the Mo clan was a powerful force. How could it be that Zhu Feng would turn hostile with the Mo clan? Thus, if Mo Shuang were to pummel Ling Han, it was definite that Ling Han could only suffer in silence. When Mo Shuang heard this, he instantly came to a decision. Peng Huanian disliked Ling Han very much, but because of his self-conduct, it would not be proper for him to make a move. Thus, he was only saying some words in contempt, but was secretly encouraging him to make a move. Precisely what he wanted. "Brat, you had better kneel and apologize to my grandmaster." Mo Shuang pointed a finger at Ling Han, his tone filled with the command of one who was used to a high position. He really looked down with too much contempt on those who came from the calm peace heaven. He heard that there were only 2 or 3 monarch tiers, even unlike in their wide prosperity heaven, where there was one such ultimate monarch tier even in this Guanhua city. He was Liu Jia, a man of outstanding talent. Ling Han waved a hand, indicating for the Empress and the others not to be excited. He would deal with this matter. He looked smilingly at Mo Shuang and said, "Kid, hasn't anyone taught you before that you should not be used by others like a tool? Kid, do you think you are my senior?" Instantly, Mo Shuang was fuming with rage and looking at Ling Han's vitality and flame of life. They all showed that the latter was younger than him and very much younger at that, but this guy actually dared to call him kid. Fuck. What a bad mouth. Let me first deal with your smelly mouth. Mo Shuang made a brazen move. His strength was indeed extraordinary. As the young master of an ascending origin tier clan, he was worthy of being ranked among emperor tiers. Ling Han nodded internally. No wonder it was said that the wide prosperity heaven had been boosted in fortune by the heaven and earth. Any random severing mundane tier he met was actually an emperor tier, and from this it could be seen just how high the overall level of cultivation was in the wide prosperity heaven. However, what could a mere 4th severance do in front of him? Ling Han crossed his arms behind him as his feet stepped casually, easily dodging Mo Shuang's attack. Seeing that they shared the same roots and he was a senior, Ling Han decided that he would not defeat the other too badly. Moreover, Mo Shuang was young and impetuous and was only being used like a tool by Peng Huanian. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Shuang delivered over a dozen consecutive moves, yet did not even manage to touch a corner of Ling Han's robes. Involuntarily, his face flushed red, and his eyes burned with endless fury. He had thought that he would be able to suppress Ling Han with a single move so that the latter would be embarrassed. Then, the Empress and the other beauties would be able to see who was better and who was worse just by comparing them. However, after these few moves, all his effort came to nothing. Ling Han, on the other hand, was still elegant, graceful, and incredibly relaxed. With this comparison, it was clear that Ling Han was stronger. He felt embarrassed, and then a blazing fury rose up in him. "Mo 7th met your match?" Amidst a long bout of laughter, a group of 7 walked out of the city. They consisted of 5 men and 2 women, and they were all giants among men. The men looked handsome and heroic, while the women were beautiful and sweet. The speaker was a man whose back bore a giant purple bow that was slightly taller than even his person. He strode forwards, exuding a captivating heroism. Chapter 1937. Who exactly are you? Mo Shuang immediately withdrew. He took a few steps back, drawing out the distance between himself and Ling Han. Only then did he turn towards the group of 7, showing an expression of humiliation and anger, and declared, "Han Tao, there is no need for you to poke your nose in." He was talking to the man that was shouldering a large bow. Han Tao laughed loudly. As his eyes swept over Ling Han's group, a stunned expression immediately appeared on his face. The beauty of the Empress, Huanian, and bewitching Maiden Ro could be considered without match in this world, yet 3 of them just happened to appear at the same time. Though the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was slightly inferior, she could still be considered an exquisite beauty, and even in Guanhua City, there were not many who could compare to her. Don't you, 7th young master Mo, consider yourself important, and think that you are the most powerful prodigy besides Holy Sun Lu? Why have you been fighting for so long, and still couldn't even touch a corner of your opponent's robes? A youth in green asked with a laugh, the hint of ridicule about the corners of his lips extremely apparent. His name was Liu Haoming and he could be considered a foe of Mo Shuang. That was because both of them were courting the same woman, and that was the young girl in red who was also a member of this group of 7. She was called Fairy Du and her name was Du Xiuwen. With such a good opportunity in front of him, there was naturally no reason for him to miss out on it. Liu Haoming, do you want to die? Mo Shuang's temper was flaring, and hearing the mocking ridicule from Liu Haoming, he couldn't help but become even more displeased. Oh, if you have not reached the 7th level in your Heaven Peck technique, you are completely unworthy to become my opponent. Liu Haoming declared proudly. Mo Shuang's gaze became serious. You have reached breakthrough in your great evolution technique. Hee. Liu Haoming appeared to be even more arrogant. In truth, he had finally pushed the great evolution technique to the level of breakthrough just a few days ago, but seeking out Mo Shuang directly for a challenge would seem too deliberate, and this presently was the best chance for him. To harshly humiliate Mo Shuang in front of Du Xiuwen. Mo Shuang wanted to say some fierce words, but after being hostile with Liu Haoming for so long, the two of them could be considered very knowledgeable about each other. Only if his Heaven Peck technique had reached the 7th level would he be capable of matching the other's breakthrough. If he went off to battle the other just for the sake of his pride, it was certain that he would be embarrassed, and the humiliation of that far surpassed that of refusing to battle. Now that Liu Haoming had the upper hand, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He said, Brother Mo, let me help you deal with this opponent. This could be considered further humiliation. Since you couldn't handle him and I can, it naturally means that you are inferior. Ling Han was just watching the proceedings when he suddenly saw that he was pulled abruptly into the fray. He was going to turn from a spectator to one of the leads, which made him slightly surprised. Just now he hadn't said anything, right? Husband indeed is the type to attract trouble. No matter what, you would still attract animosity, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said with a tone of certainty. Ling Han beat them up. Meanwhile, Huanian called out in excitement. Ling Han stroked his chin and asked, What did I do to you? Did I accidentally leak out how you come and go from the brothel, or was it the matter of your fondness for men? Judging from the look of things, this battle would be inevitable, and he did not bother to advise the other party to stop before he sought his own suffering. Since he was so determined to ask for a beating, what could be done? Han Tao and the others immediately burst into laughter. The two women covered their mouths, appearing to be embarrassed, but judging from their eyes, it was clear that this kind of joke was completely incapable of causing them to be embarrassed. Liu Haoming meanwhile was furious. He looked at Ling Han menacingly and said, At first I had only planned to play around with you, but you just had to blurt out nonsense. Looks like if I don't give you a beating, you won't learn to become obedient. Ling Han shook his head and replied, I don't want to play with you, you pervert that likes men. Liu Haoming was so furious that his hands were shaking. How could this guy have such a venomous tongue? You just have to ask for your own suffering. He moved and boom, a rainbow surged out of his body, turning into a massive scythe that sliced out towards Ling Han. There were 7 seals of great Tao flickering on the blade, and they were all incredibly mysterious. Abruptly, Mo Shuang's expression became grim. 7 seals of great Tao were the symbol of someone who had reached breakthrough in the great evolution technique. Though those 7 seals were not complete, their number was still a solid threat. Among 4th Severance Emperor tiers, this could already be ranked into the top tier, and further upwards, only monarch tiers could suppress him. He had to work hard and put more effort in, or he would really be stepped on by Liu Haoming. Ling Han extended a finger, tapping out towards Liu Haoming. Facing Mo Shuang for the sake of his 3rd senior brother, Ling Han had been easy on him. After all, he was a senior. But against Liu Haoming there was no need for that. He just had to move directly. He flicked out a finger, and a frightening aura immediately pressed down like the heavens crashing down. Everything else had disappeared, and the only thing left was that finger of Ling Han that was streaking through the air in attack. It was clearly just in front of his eyes, yet exuded a pressure that seemed to traverse all ages. Ling Han had embedded a sliver of the regulations of time in this tap. It was not tide of the ages, but what he had comprehended from the Black Tower. Immediately, Liu Haoming's expression changed greatly. Though they had not actually clashed yet, he had a feeling that this tap was something he could not take head on. How could that be? The other was only a 4th severance too. Pooh. He felt a suffocating feeling in his heart, and spluttered out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone could feel their heads go numb with shock. It should be known that Ling Han's attack had not even made contact yet. It had just been the gust of wind that had come with the attack, and yet Lu Haoming already could not withstand it. The gap in power was really too wide. This was not a battle of fourth severance against fourth severance, it clearly was a dividing soul tier crushing a severing mundane tier. Lu Haoming collapsed onto the ground, and could only watch helplessly the incoming offensive of this tap. Boundless sweat surged all over his body, instantly dampening his clothing. However, this finger stopped right in front of Lu Haoming's forehead, and was just a slight bit away from making actual contact. Fifth severance. Mo Shuang and the others were all mouthing these words soundlessly, their faces covered with astonishment. Even in the wide prosperity heaven, there were pitifully few fifth severance monarch tiers. That really was the highest grade prodigy of the entire celestial realm, capable of garnering extreme envy from countless king tiers and emperor tiers. Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "Is this fun?" Lu Haoming could not speak at all. He was already completely dumbfounded with shock. After a long while, he finally recovered some of his composure, and an involuntary hatred rose up in him against Ling Han. How could he not hate Ling Han? You were so strong, being completely capable of easily defeating Mo Shuang, so why had you put on a pretense of being more or less his equal, causing Lu Haoming to be fooled and underestimate his opponent? The latter made his move, and the result was that he had experienced a major embarrassment. Someone like Lu Haoming would definitely not do any kind of self-reflection. It was clearly he who had made the first move to provoke and attack Ling Han, but he actually thought that it was Ling Han who had deliberately pretended to be weak, tempting him to make a move. This really was the guilty party filing the suit. Mo Shuang was also stunned. He naturally knew Lu Haoming's strength very well, and the latter was actually no match for Ling Han at all. Then, it had to be the same case for him too, but previously, Ling Han had actually gone easy on him for so many moves. Now that he thought about him, this was really giving him face. This was how humans were. Before finding out about Ling Han's true strength, Mo Shuang thought that Ling Han could be pushed around as he liked, but now that he had discovered how strong Ling Han was, he was instead grateful towards Ling Han. Who exactly was this? After he had dispensed with his arrogance, Mo Shuang immediately recovered the intelligence that was befitting of a prodigy. Though Peng Huanian was very contemptuous towards Ling Han, upon deeper thought, the former must have come with Ling Han. Someone who was worthy of being personally escorted by a 3-star alchemist. What did that mean? Ling Han definitely was not the person that Peng Huanian had vaguely described, just a nameless nobody from the calm peace heaven. On the other hand, he had to have come from a very prestigious background. Immediately, realization dawned on Mo Shuang. Peng Huanian had actually used him as a tool. Because he was not in the position to make a move on Ling Han, he had pushed him out, almost causing him to fall into a terrible defeat and resulting in humiliation. As he thought about it, he was filled with gratitude towards Ling Han, but felt a rising anger towards Peng Huanian. "Brother Ling, who exactly are you?" he asked. Chapter 1938. Youngest uncle is right. Me? Ling Han smiled slightly and replied, "Haven't I said before? I am your senior." These words made Mo Shuang very displeased. He thought that he had already adjusted his attitude very well. "Why are you still toying around with me and taking advantage of me?" "I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" "Nephew Peng," Ling Han asked with a smile, though his eyes were turned on Peng Huanian. "What?" Everyone looked at Peng Huanian in shock. These young emperor tiers indeed did not look too highly on the dividing soul tier. After all, they would very soon be capable of advancing into this level. What they were concerned about naturally was Peng Huanian's identity as a 3-star alchemist. Alchemists had outstanding status, and a 3-star alchemist could barely be considered equivalent to an ascending origin tier. Thus Peng Huanian naturally was very awesome. If that hadn't been the case, how could Zicheng have sent him to invite Grandmaster Zicheng? But now, Ling Han actually addressed Peng Huanian as nephew. Nephew. This definitely could not be the hierarchy in terms of cultivation. That was because Peng Huanian was an alchemist, and cultivation was only his secondary field. He would not deliberately go and take a master in cultivation, and wouldn't have an overwhelmingly young uncle due to that. Alchemy? Everyone knew that Peng Huanian's master was Zhu Feng. If Peng Huanian really was Ling Han's nephew, then Ling Han would be the same generation as Zhu Feng. Was this even possible? All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Peng Huanian, wanting to see how he would answer. Peng Huanian couldn't help but feel incredibly awkward, a red flush rising up on his cheeks. Did he dare to speak a lie in full view of the public like this? If Zhu Feng were to find out, he would definitely kill him. You even wanted to refuse to recognize your own founder? He could sketch over Ling Han's identity, but if Ling Han really questioned him in public, what could he do? Denial was absolutely impossible, but if he deliberately changed the topic, who could not see through such an obvious deception? There was nothing else that could be done. Peng Huanian gritted his teeth and answered, "Youngest uncle is right." Boom. Everyone felt a mental jolt. Ling Han was really Peng Huanian's uncle. This intel was too explosive and astonishing. When they turned to look at Ling Han again, they instantly felt that Ling Han did not have the slightest bit of pointless arrogance. Since he could call himself a brother of a 4-star alchemist, it was certain that he would be incredibly proud. No. Ling Han's previous attitude could practically be considered extremely humble. It should be known that it was Mo Shuang and Lu Haoming who had done the provoking at first. Meanwhile, Mo Shuang was both grateful and furious. His gratitude was naturally directed at Ling Han. This was his great-granduncle. With his provocation, Ling Han did not get irritated or angry. In fact, Ling Han was also a 5th Severance Monarch tier, and was completely capable of defeating him in one move. Even if he had been beaten to severe injury, it was sure that Mo Clan would not have had the slightest temper. Who asked your junior to be impolite towards the junior brother of Grandmaster Zhu Feng first? If one really got down to it, even if he had been killed, he would have deserved it. He felt gratitude towards Ling Han, so what was left was naturally the fury he felt towards Peng Huanian. Old geezer, you clearly know who Ling Han is and actually dare push me into a living hell. How could you do that? Lu Haoming also felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that he had met his match, but he could not bring himself to write off everything between him and Ling Han with one stroke like this. It was fine that he was no match for Ling Han. There were many such people in Guanhua City, and he only had to say a few words to incite disharmony. No one could humiliate him like this. Great-granduncle, let me take you around the city, Mo Shuang said immediately, not even casting a second look at Peng Huanian. In any case, he was just getting some additional limelight as an alchemist. In the future, it was absolutely impossible for him to focus solely on alchemy. Moreover, he might never be capable of advancing to become a 1-star alchemist in this lifetime, so what was the point of wasting his time on this field? Hence, the respect he felt towards Peng Huanian was only due to the latter's status as a 3-star alchemist, and not because he actually wanted to learn something from him. Being tricked by Peng Huanian like this, he was naturally angry. Ling Han glanced at Peng Huanian, and dismissed the idea of beating him up. He answered, "Sure, then we'll trouble a local like you. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you, great-granduncle," Mo Shuang said with a laugh. It was clear that he was deliberately currying favor with Ling Han. This was not just because he felt gratitude towards Ling Han, but also because Ling Han was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother. This connection was too astonishing. If the Grand Elder of the Mo clan was here, he would definitely agree to having him develop friendly relations with Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, "There is no need to call me a great-granduncle. You can just call me by name." He could tell that Mo Shuang was not a real alchemist. Actually, Mo Shuang did not want to call Ling Han with such a scary address either. When he heard this, he was naturally greatly pleased and answered, "Then I'll just call you Brother Ling." "Fine. Brother Ling, we will also walk around with you," Han Tao and the others all said. They were not idiots that could not tell that Ling Han was a rare commodity worth hoarding. How could they possibly allow Mo Shuang to claim all the benefits by himself? The whole group left with Ling Han in their center, leaving behind only Peng Huanian and Lu Haoming, whose expressions were so dark that water could drip. Humph! Peng Huanian left in a flutter of robes. The fists that were hidden in his sleeves were tightly gripped, his anger pushed to the pinnacle. A lowly character who was just from the calm peace heaven actually dared to embarrass him. It was absolutely impossible for him to spare Ling Han just like this. Just wait and see. This is Guanhua City. Now that you, someone who has completely zero foundations here, have come, it is destined that I will be able to play around with you as I please, Ling Han. There was still half a month until the celebrations, and he had more than enough time to play around with Ling Han before then. Seeing Peng Huanian leave, Lu Haoming also set off, heading in a different direction. It was naturally impossible for him to spare Ling Han. There was no need for him to ask others for help, as there were many dividing soul tier elites in the Liu Clan itself. Even if you are a 5th severance in a monarch tier, you will only be able to match Yang Soul at most. I will ask a Yin Soul elite to help me, so how could that not be enough to suppress you? Just wait and see. In the company of Mo Shuang and the others, Ling Han toured around in Guanhua City. Unlike Alchemy City, there was only one floor in Guanhua City, but it was incredibly colossal. To say nothing of 10 days to half a month, it was not certain that one could more or less tour around the whole city even in 100 or 1,000 years. This city was comparable to a super large planet where the territory was astonishingly huge, and the population numbered in hundreds of millions. Thus, Ling Han and their group could only have a fleeting glance of everything as they passed. Thankfully, there were transfer formations in the city itself. As long as one could pay enough star stones, you could tour around as much as you liked. After a whole day of touring around, Ling Han took up residence in the Mo Clan manor with Mo Clan's earnest invitation. He naturally enjoyed the most lavish guest room. Not only were there star stones piled around randomly for him to spend as he liked, there was even a 100-fold time cultivation chamber. Mo Clan only opened this kind of guest room to the most esteemed of guests like the heir of a celestial king and ascending origin tier elites, and Ling Han could also enjoy this kind of treatment, which was proof of how highly Mo Clan regarded him. And after staying for one night, Mo Shuang suddenly raced over and exclaimed, Brother Ling, Brother Ling. What is it? Ling Han was just sipping tea with the Empress and the others. Life did not just consist of cultivation. When it was time to relax, one should relax. There is a gathering tonight hosted by Holy Sun Liu. How about it? Any interest in going to take a look? Mo Shuang asked with slight excitement. Liu Jie, a holy son of the Universal Cloud sect, the true disciple of Universal Cloud's celestial king. He had long since advanced into the 5th severance, and he was a man that was destined to become a celestial king. Though the Universal Cloud sect still had 13 other holy daughters and holy sons, they all paled in color next to Liu Jie's brilliance. No one thought that there was any other holy daughter or holy son that could contest for the future position of sect leader with Liu Jie. Chapter 1939. Brother Ling, what star rank alchemist are you? Ling Han's heart suddenly jolted. The overall level of cultivation of the wide prosperity heaven and calm peace heaven was more or less equal, but in the last 100 million years, an apparent change had occurred in the feng shui of both areas. To be more specific, there was not much change on the side of the calm peace heaven, but the wide prosperity heaven had improved by leaps and bounds. Yan Xinlu was very strong, but even he had to admit that he was not a match for the prodigy ranked 9th in the wide prosperity heaven, which made Ling Han very intrigued, and he wanted to find out just exactly what kind of battle prowess these monarch tiers of the wide prosperity heaven possessed. Husband, you go ahead, we'll stay behind, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said. It was not that she disliked these kinds of events, but rather that she knew just how dangerous the Empress, Huanian and Bewitching Maiden Ro were. Thus, if they did go, it would definitely draw animosity to Ling Han, so it would be better for them to stay behind. They had only come to attend Grandmaster Zhu Feng's celebratory feast, and would soon leave. There really was no need to attract unnecessary trouble. The Empress did not say anything. Her only concern was Ling Han, and she had zero interest in everything else. On the other hand, Huanian and Bewitching Maiden Ro wanted to go. One wanted to stay by Ling Han's side, while the other wanted to broaden her horizons. Apologies, sisters-in-law, I can only bring a single companion. Thus, even if you ladies wish to go, there is nothing that can be done, Mo Shuang said, showing a helpless expression. Now that he had said this, there was nothing that Huanian and Bewitching Maiden Ro could do. Nyo wants to go too. Huanian fumed, hands on her hips. Mo Shuang pulled Ling Han along with him and ran off. Sisters-in-law, I will definitely keep a watchful eye on Brother Ling, and definitely will not allow him to flirt around with other women, so rest assured. When he said the last words, he and Ling Han had already exited the doors. What are you in such a rush for? Ling Han asked smilingly. Brother Ling, I've got huge news. Mo Shuang whispered by Ling Han's ear. Do you know why Holy Sun Liu is hosting a feast? That is because Fairy Liu Han is here. And? Ling Han was a little stumped. Who was Liu Han? No way, Brother Ling, you don't even know about Fairy Liu Han? Mo Shuang was completely astounded. Why is it necessary for me to know? Ling Han asked with a smile. I really can't believe you. Mo Shuang slapped a hand onto his forehead. Fairy Liu Han is Holy Sun Liu's sister, and she is a cultivation prodigy as well. However, she was taken as a disciple by the mysterious Ice sect. Not only is Fairy Lu Han a cultivation prodigy, she is as beautiful as a celestial maiden, and is known as the number 2 beauty in the entire wide prosperity heaven. Number 2. Ling Han asked smilingly. Why were there people who were so senseless actually ranking beautiful women? The number 1 beauty is the holy daughter of the Black Flames sect, Shi Xiuwen. Tiske, she really is beautiful, but she is not as beautiful as sister-in-law who, probably about the same level as sister-in-law Ro. Mo Shuang gossiped, his eyes filled with yearning. There was no man who would not like this kind of beautiful prodigy. Brother Ling, you are a monarch tier, and also the youngest junior brother of Grandmaster Zhu Feng. You only have to spare a bit of effort, and you will definitely be able to court Fairy Lu Han successfully. Ling Han couldn't help but be rendered speechless. Now, not only were the Empress and Small Tower encouraging him to court women, even his lackey had this kind of habit? Didn't you say that you would keep an eye on me, and ensure that I did not flirt around with women? He shook his head. Spare me. I do not have the good fortune. Just work hard by yourself so you can court her successfully. She would have to be interested in me first. Mo Shuang sighed. Lu Han was also a monarch tier. The perfect husband in her eyes would have to be a powerful prodigy like Ling Han or Lu Jia. As long as you work hard enough, you will be able to grind an iron rod into a needle. Who made it a rule that women would have to marry someone who was stronger than them? Ling Han encouraged him. I'll back you up. And if your cultivation level is not enough, we'll focus on alchemy then. Brother Ling, are you going to teach me alchemy? Mo Shuang's eyes shone. This person was the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist, so he had to be a character on the level of a grandmaster alchemist. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you are only at the level of a high-grade trainee in alchemy at most. Immediately Mo Shuang wilted. Ling Han was right. He had spent a considerably large amount of time on alchemy in any case. He would not be able to break through to the dividing soul tier for the time being, so he had focused on alchemy. However, he had not spent much time from low-grade trainee to middle-grade trainee, and from middle-grade trainee to high-grade trainee, he had spent a great amount of effort. And after he had reached high-grade, he could not advance the slightest inch further. However, there is no rule that says a high-grade trainee would not be able to concoct a celestial pill, Ling Han said slowly. Mo Shuang's expression was filled with shock. To concoct a celestial pill, wouldn't one have to be a 1-star alchemist? This was the dividing line between an alchemist and a trainee. What did it mean that a high-grade trainee would not be able to concoct a celestial pill? Wasn't this extremely contradictory? Ling Han smiled slightly and said, I can be your personal alchemist for a few days. A sudden realization dawned on Mo Shuang. It was fine even if he wasn't skilled in alchemy. Wasn't it the same if he had a friend that was? Let's go, let's go. Instantly he became excited and urged Ling Han to leave. The two of them exited the doors and boarded the transfer formation. In a flash they appeared in an endlessly far location. This celestial king tier city was too huge. Without using the transfer formation, just traveling would take a few days or even dozens of days. By then it would really be too late for anything. Lu Jia's Holy Sun Manor was very grand. It was a glorious and splendid palace, its furnishings incredibly lavish and grand. Furthermore, it exuded a majesty that could not be described. Just merely standing and gazing at it from afar would cause a feeling of reverence to rise up in one's heart. Even a fearless character like Mo Shuang involuntarily lightened his footsteps now that he had come to this kind of austere place, appearing to be very cautious. The people here were all filled with reverence towards Lu Jia, just like how the younger generation of the calm peace heaven admired Yan Xianlu. At this moment, many guests had already gathered here. There were already a considerable number standing outside. Some had come in pairs, some had come in groups of 3 to 5, and they were all discussing something with each other in low voices. Mo 7th. A young man walked quickly towards them. Long time no see. Mo Shuang immediately showed an expression of fury, his fists gripped tightly. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Yang eldest. This young man was the eldest young master of the Yang clan, and because he was the oldest of the younger generation he was known as Yang eldest. His real name was Yang Jia. The Yang clan had an old-time feud with the Mo clan, and it had thus spread to their younger generation as well, so they were naturally on opposite sides. This was not like the minor rivalry between him and Lu Haoming, but rather an absolute enmity. The older generation opposed each other, and the younger generation were also on opposing sides. These two people, because they were both well-known figures of the younger generation of their respective clans, had competed with each other in various ways since childhood. Whose cultivation rate was faster? Who knew more techniques? When they became older, it would be competing who had the prettier, hotter girl. The reason why Mo Shuang had entered into the field of alchemy and become a mere trainee was because Yang Jia had entered into the field of alchemy first. He wanted to be better than the other, and in the end both of them were just dabbling, neither better than the other. "All right. Let me introduce someone to you," Yang Jia said proudly. "This is a new brother I have befriended. His name is Yan Wei." He pointed at a young man that was walking out from behind. He was extremely young, yet his face was filled with pride, as if everyone owed him millions of star stones. "Even though my brother Yan is young, he is already a 2-star alchemist, and has even reached the 2nd refinement in spirit refinement." Yang Jia continued to introduce, his eyes filled with challenge. "How about it? I have this kind of friend, do you?" How could Mo Shuang be willing to admit defeat? Hurriedly he exclaimed, "This is my brother Ling, also an alchemist." He paused and then asked Ling Han in a quiet whisper, "Brother Ling, what star rank alchemist are you?" "Pooh." Yang Jia immediately spluttered out in laughter. "You must be kidding me. You don't even know what star rank alchemist he is and still dare to show him off. Idiot." Chapter 1940, Dare to Gamble? Haha, how laughable. Don't think that you can refer to yourself as an alchemist just because you've touched a pill cauldron before. Yan Wei said to Ling Han with a disdainful expression. "In the future, don't you dare call yourself an alchemist before me." Mo Shuang was enraged upon hearing this. "You're the true joke. Don't you know that Ling Han is already the junior brother of Grandmaster Zhu Feng? Even if Ling Han genuinely doesn't know how to refine pills, just this relationship alone still gives him the right to refer to himself as an alchemist." "You're a fucking joke," Mo Shuang said in retort. Yan Wei erupted in rage upon hearing this. He was a young prodigy, so others only ever praised him and acted obsequiously before him. Since when had he ever been cursed like this? He's not even a 1-star alchemist, yet he dares to refer to himself as an alchemist. Is this not a joke? Yan Wei said with a sneer. Alchemists had special badges so one could easily determine what rank they were at. Because of his relationship with Grandmaster Zicheng, Ling Han had kept his badge on while inside the Alchemy City. After leaving the Alchemy City, however, he had naturally taken his badge off as well. It was because of this that Peng Huanian had easily recognized that Ling Han was a 2-star alchemist at that time. Now, however, Yan Wei was viewing Ling Han with absolute contempt and disdain. Alchemists were like cultivators in that they both possessed extremely strict level hierarchies. Moreover, because alchemists were few and because ascending in ranks was difficult, a difference of 1 star would lead to an extremely huge difference in status. Mo Shuang wanted to retort Yan Wei, but he genuinely didn't know what level Ling Han was at. Thus he didn't know what to say. In the end he could only say, even if Brother Ling only refines pills with a single hand, he'll still be several hundred times more skilled than you. Mo Shuang, it's pointless to make such claims, Yang Jia interjected. Mo Shuang was clearly bluffing, so he continued, if he's so skilled, why don't we have a competition? Do you think we'll be afraid? Mo Shuang didn't back down and he said, are we competing in swordsmanship, saber play, archery, the Tao of Tea, or Go? I'll accept any challenge. Haha, always competing in these areas is boring, Yang Jia said with a shake of his head. He paused for a brief moment before continuing, why don't we compete in alchemy? We can have Brother Yan competing against your Brother Ling. He purposefully emphasized the words Brother Ling, and his voice was filled with evident disdain. Ling Han rubbed his nose. Was he truly that detestable? He had only accompanied someone to this banquet, and he hadn't even said a word. Yet he had still become someone's target. Perhaps his halo of trouble was infectious. Humph. What's the point of getting someone else to compete? If we want to compete, it should be between the two of us. Mo Shuang said. He didn't have any confidence in Ling Han. Even though Ling Han was the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist, he didn't even have the badge of an alchemist. If Ling Han were a true alchemist, why wasn't he wearing his badge? Wasn't this a symbol of status? Mo Shuang, you're afraid? Yang Jia said in a provocative voice. I've heard that you have a small cup of earth spirit heavenly spring water that you're planning to refine onto a celestial tool. Coincidentally, I also have a piece of 4-star pseudo-divine metal. Why don't we let Brother Yan compete against your Brother Ling? If you win, I'll gift you this piece of 4-star pseudo-divine metal. You can forge a celestial tool with it. If you lose, however, then the earth spirit heavenly spring water is mine. Mo Shuang was infuriated upon hearing this. This was far too underhanded. How could a measly piece of 4-star pseudo-divine metal compare to his earth spirit heavenly spring water? When refined onto a celestial tool, this treasure could elevate the level of the celestial tool by almost half a star. Moreover, its limit was elevating a celestial tool forged from 7-star pseudo-divine metal. Using it on a 4-star pseudo-celestial tool would be far too wasteful. Even if Yang Jia won, there was simply no way that he would use the earth spirit heavenly spring water on that piece of pseudo-divine metal. Instead he would save it for later. Someone is offering me a present. Ling Han was moved by this and purposefully put on an expression of delight. Brother Mo, that's 4-star pseudo-divine metal. Judging from his expression, it was as if he weren't talking about 4-star pseudo-divine metal. Instead, it was as if he were talking about genuine divine metal. TSK, is there any need for such excitement? Even though 4-star pseudo-divine metal is extremely valuable, it's not impossible to obtain them in ascending origin tier forces. At the most, they're only slightly more valuable. Is there any need for such fervent excitement? Yang Jia and Yen Wei both wore expressions of disdain. This person was truly an uneducated bumpkin. It was a mystery how he had ended up together with Mo Shuang. However, Mo Shuang came to some sort of realization upon seeing this. He naturally wouldn't suspect that Ling Han was unknowledgeable or lowly. After all, Ling Han was a monarch tier, and he was also the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist. Could he truly be so naive and stupid? Mo Shuang was no fool, so he immediately reached a conclusion. Ling Han was planning to screw Yang Jia and Yen Wei over. He naturally wouldn't oppose this. Instead he would happily cooperate. He hurriedly said, Brother Ling, 4-star pseudo-divine metal is nowhere near as valuable as earth spirit heavenly spring water. This gamble isn't worth it. Are you questioning my abilities? Ling Han said in anger. He acted as if he had suffered great humiliation. No, Brother Ling, listen to me, Mo Shuang said in a frantic voice. His cooperation was flawless. Yang Jia hurriedly cut him off and said, Brother Mo, your brother Ling is so confident, so why don't you let him try? Yang Jia, you have the face to say this? Mo Shuang said with a humph. How can measly 4-star pseudo-divine metal compare to earth spirit heavenly spring water? Fine, then I'll add the leaf of a celestial medicine, Yang Jia said with arrogance. Green divine phoenix grass with a medicinal age of 9 billion years. It possesses fragments of the regulations of flames. Mo Shuang was extremely enticed upon hearing this. Regardless of what celestial medicine it was, they were all supreme treasures. Even if he didn't cultivate the same regulations, he could simply use it to exchange for something else. Moreover, it possessed a medicinal age of 9 billion years. This was definitely old enough. Generally speaking, only celestial king tier forces could nurture celestial medicines that were of the 5 elements. Regarding celestial medicines such as the void flower, lightning flower, and so on, they were so difficult to nurture that even celestial kings would have trouble raising them. Thus, they could only rely on nature to birth such celestial medicines. As such, they would naturally be more valuable. We'll accept this challenge, Ling Han said. Very well. Yang Jia immediately answered. He was afraid that Mo Shuang might back out. An anxious expression involuntarily spread across Mo Shuang's face. Yang Jia and Yen Wei had indeed taken the bait. However, the problem was that he had absolutely no idea about Ling Han's alchemy skills. What if he were the one being screwed over? However, since Ling Han had already agreed to the challenge, how could he back out now? He had no option but to accept this challenge. At the most, he would sacrifice some earth spirit heavenly spring water to strengthen his relationship with Ling Han. Hold up! Yen Wei suddenly shouted. Ling Han couldn't help but glance over. Perhaps Yen Wei had suddenly developed some intelligence and seen through his ploy. Add another vial of soul-strengthening pill, Yen Wei said. He retrieved a vial of pills and placed it on a stone table. Do you dare? So he was increasing the stakes. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Soul-strengthening pills were for cultivators at the dividing soul tier. During this cultivation level, one needed to cultivate the souls that they had separated out, and soul-strengthening pills could aid in this process. In other words, these were alchemical pills commonly used among those at the dividing soul tier. However, they were indeed very valuable. In any case, there were no cheap celestial pills. After all, they all required a small portion of celestial medicines. "Do you think I'll be afraid?" Ling Han asked. He pretended to be a rash youth. Meanwhile, Mo Shuang pretended to persuade him, yet he naturally couldn't convince Ling Han to back down. In the end, he could only increase his own stakes as well. He added 10 vials of azure dew pills. These were for cultivators at the severing mundane tier, so they were naturally less valuable. As a result, he had to offer 10 times the amount. "Then let's begin," Yen Wei said with a haughty expression. In his eyes, Ling Han would back down in defeat once he revealed his skills. "Come on, let's go to the time cultivation chamber." The four of them set off together. Moreover, they were naturally followed by a large crowd of onlookers. There was a show to be seen. Peng Huanian's senior uncle. Chapter 1941, He's Peng Huanian's senior uncle. The residents of the Holy Sun naturally possessed time cultivation chambers. Moreover, there were 3 types in total. The first type could accelerate time by 50-fold, and was used for cultivation by the servants in the residence. Even though its effects were the weakest, this was still a relatively attractive benefit. After all, it was free of charge. If this were outside, using such a time cultivation chamber for a day would cost an exorbitant amount of money. The second type could accelerate time by 100-fold, and was offered to the guests of the residence. It was naturally free of charge as well. The third and final type could accelerate time by 200-fold, and was dedicated to the Holy Sun. There was only 1 room in total. Apart from Liu Jie, only those who received special permission could use this time cultivation chamber. Thus, Ling Han and the others naturally couldn't use this third type of cultivation chamber. Instead, they chose a cultivation chamber that could accelerate time by 100-fold. As long as one entered the residence of the Holy Sun, this type of cultivation chamber was free to use. Moreover, there was a great number of these cultivation chambers, so there was no need for them to both cram into one room. Ling Han and Yen Wei entered the cultivation chambers, and they each retrieved a pill cauldron to begin their preparations. At the same time, they also deactivated the concealment barriers of the cultivation chambers. This would allow the onlookers to clearly see the situation inside. However, this was limited to sight and sound. Odors couldn't travel out from the cultivation chambers. Since this was a competition, they naturally had to ensure fairness. Otherwise, what if one of them simply retrieved a high-level celestial pill from their spatial god tool? What would happen then? Upon learning of this alchemy battle, more and more people headed over to spectate. "I'm going to accept wagers," Mo Shuang suddenly shouted. "No matter whom you place your bet on, the payout will be 2 times your wager." Ling Han had told him to do this before entering the cultivation chamber. Since he had decided to make some money, he would go all out. Meanwhile, many people were still unsure about the current situation. However, after asking around, they all placed their bets on Yen Wei. This was a certain victory. Mo Shuang's head had definitely been kicked by a donkey. He was actually convinced that Ling Han would win. Such an outcome was simply impossible. However, Yang Jia's heart jolted when he saw this. In the beginning, Mo Shuang had been strongly against this challenge. Now, however, he was actually accepting wagers. Was this because he had gained confidence? However, judging from the payouts, he didn't seem to be leaning toward anyone. This left him feeling slightly confused. In any case, Yang Jia was already confident of his victory. On some stone table there was a pile of spatial god tools. Most of them were filled with star stones. There were also a few people who wagered valuable pseudo-divine metal. They were clearly looking to make a huge earning. As he looked at the increasing wagers on the stone table, Mo Shuang couldn't help but shed cold sweat. This was because most people were wagering on Ling Han's loss. Thus, if Ling Han truly lost, he would also become a big loser. If Ling Han won, however, his earnings would be absolutely astonishing. "Why is it so boisterous here?" Han Tao asked as he strode over. After listening to someone's explanation, his expression involuntarily became strange. He was well aware of Ling Han's background. At the very least, he knew some things. As the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist, was Ling Han not freakish enough? This Yen Wei truly possessed outstanding courage. He actually dared to challenge Ling Han in alchemy. Was he not seeking a pummeling? "Haha, I'll also place a bet then," he said with a hearty laugh. How could he miss this opportunity to make a quick buck? "Betting has stopped. Betting has stopped," Mo Shuang hurriedly exclaimed. He didn't allow Han Tao to continue with his wager. "Brother Mo, that's very unkind of you," Han Tao said with a chuckle. Since you're making a killing, you should also give me some small benefits, no? The surrounding onlookers were all puzzled upon hearing this. Judging from Han Tao's words, it was as if he were confident of Ling Han's victory. Where was his confidence coming from? Brother Han, what do you mean? Someone asked. Han Tao chuckled. Nothing, I just think that Brother Ling will definitely win, he said in a perfunctory manner. However, who would believe him? Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. Some hot-headed people even asked, Brother Han, perhaps this Ling Han is a 3-star alchemist. I'm not sure, Han Tao replied with a shake of his head. I genuinely don't know what rank Brother Ling is at. In fact, I don't even know whether he's a true alchemist or not. Then where has your confidence come from? A mysterious smile spread across Han Tao's face. Upon seeing everyone's gazes gathering upon him, he finally said, However, I do know a tiny bit of information that I can share with everyone. Everyone is familiar with Peng Huanian, alchemist Peng, right? Everyone was naturally familiar with him. After all, Peng Huanian was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's most impressive disciple. In the future he might even become a 4-star alchemist. However, why was Han Tao suddenly mentioning Peng Huanian? Gasp. Perhaps Ling Han is Peng Huanian's disciple? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The likes of Mo Shuang, Yang Jia, and even Han Tao were all the disciples of some alchemist. They were all students of alchemy. Moreover, they all belonged to the branch of Grandmaster Zhu Feng. However, they were there to play around more than anything else. Thus, Peng Huanian naturally couldn't take them as disciples. Instead, he simply sent some 1-star alchemists over to teach them. There was no strict master-disciple relationship between them, so no one would view them as immoral even if they got into an argument and became enemies in the future. Of course, even though there was no strict rule, it was still best to maintain a good relationship. After all, this could affect their reputation. Thus, if Peng Huanian personally took Ling Han as a disciple, things would be completely different. That would be proof of Ling Han's alchemy talent. That's impossible. If he's Peng Huanian's disciple, why have I never heard of him before? Someone asked in a doubtful voice. Peng Huanian had been practicing alchemy with Grandmaster Zhu Feng in Guanhua City this entire time. Thus, even if he did take a disciple, that would definitely be a matter in Guanhua City. Moreover, even though Guanhua City was huge, Peng Huanian could still be considered as an impressive figure. As such, who wouldn't know about his disciples? Perhaps he's a talent that alchemist Peng discovered while traveling and training outside? Someone speculated. This made some sense. Brother Han, why don't you continue? Some impatient people said. They couldn't be bothered speculating and they wanted the answer right away. Han Tao smiled before glancing at Mo Shuang and saying, Why don't we let Brother Mo reveal the answer? It was clear that he would reveal the answer even if Mo Shuang didn't. Thus, Mo Shuang could only say, Peng Huanian is Brother Han's apprentice nephew. Pooh. Almost half of the onlookers choked and spluttered upon hearing this. The remaining half of them were also wide-eyed with shock. Everyone's first reaction was utter astonishment. This was far too astounding. Then their second reaction was that Mo Shuang was lying. Has his head been kicked in by a donkey? Why didn't he say that Ling Han was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's apprentice uncle? Wouldn't that be even more impressive? This was absolute bullshit. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jia was the first to burst into laughter. Brother Mo, you almost tricked me there. Your imagination is so rich. I'm truly impressed. Although he said that he was impressed, his face was filled with a strong sense of disdain. It was clear that being impressed could refer to either a positive manner or a negative manner. However, Mo Shuang wasn't enraged upon hearing this. If he hadn't seen and heard with his own eyes and ears, he wouldn't have believed this either. Ling Han was indeed a freak. Young Master Mo, I urge you to retract your words and sincerely apologize to my master, a young man said in fury. It was as if flames of anger were about to burst forth from his eyes. He was called Gue Desui, and he was one of Peng Huanian's disciples. Thus, he was naturally infuriated upon hearing Mo Shuang blatantly smearing his esteemed master. In terms of background, he was completely no match for Mo Shuang. Thus, even though Mo Shuang technically had to refer to him as apprentice uncle, he didn't dare to act like one at all. After all, he was only a measly 1-star alchemist. Chapter 1942, No Such Person. Why should I apologize? Mo Shuang asked in a calm voice. To say nothing of the fact that he was telling the truth, even if he were truly lying, he wasn't someone who could be scolded by a measly one-star alchemist. He was an emperor tier. "You're smearing my master," Gui Deshui shouted. It was clear that he was beside himself with fury. The smile vanished from Emo Shuang's face and he asked with an intense expression, "How have I smeared him?" Right now he was extremely ticked off at Peng Huanian. What kind of senior master was he? He had actually been pushing him toward a fire pit. What an immoral master. In any case, Emo Shuang only treated alchemy as a hobby and something to play around with. Now that he was extremely dissatisfied with Peng Huanian, he naturally lost all interest in alchemy as well. Gui Deshui was red-faced with anger, and his chest continued to rise and fall. How was this not smearing his master? Emo Shuang had already called his master the nephew of some foolish weakling. Could he smear him any more than this? "You're not only smearing my master but you're even smearing Grandmaster Zhu Feng," he shouted. Flames burst from his eyes. Alchemists naturally cultivated the regulations of flames, so they were all masters of manipulating fire. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. If this accusation stuck, Emo Shuang would definitely suffer severe punishment. Was this not the case? If Ling Han were Peng Huanian's apprentice uncle, wouldn't that make him Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother? This was a preposterous joke. How could such a young person be Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother? Even if he wanted to boast, he should have come up with a more believable lie. "Piss off to the side. I don't have time to speak nonsense with a measly person like you," Emo Shuang said in a cold voice. As a mighty emperor tier, it was naturally beneath him to pick on such a weakling. Pummeling an alchemist would be lowering his own status. Almost no one would group alchemists and cultivators together. So-called alchemists had some cultivation, yet their battle prowess was absolutely dismal. You. Gui Deshui's finger trembled as he pointed at Emo Shuang. After a while he turned around and marched off in fury. He definitely couldn't defeat Emo Shuang. However, Peng Huanian had no shortage of disciples who were two-star alchemists or dividing soul tier elites. Thus he could seek the help of these people. At the very least he wouldn't be suppressed by Emo Shuang anymore. However, Emo Shuang was filled with confidence. So what if Gui Deshui obtained help from Peng Huanian's disciples? Even if Peng Huanian personally came, he would still have to obediently refer to Ling Han as senior uncle. "Brother Emo, you've gotten yourself into a serious situation now," Yang Jia said with a chuckle. He didn't feel any sympathy for Emo Shuang at all. Instead he was eager to see him getting screwed over. It's hard to say who's going to get screwed over," Emo Shuang said in a calm voice. He was definitely going to win this gamble. Meanwhile, if Peng Huanian truly did show himself, he would definitely beat him up. That old geezer actually dared to screw him over? Fuck his mom. "Hurry, look over there. They've already begun refining their pills," someone suddenly exclaimed. This quickly captured everyone's attention, and they all looked toward the two cultivation chambers. However, those who didn't understand alchemy could only watch on in confusion. They felt like Ling Han and Yen Wei's movements were extremely quick and dazzling. However, they were absolutely clueless about who had the advantage. Perhaps they were good at fighting. However, alchemy was an entirely different domain. Zhu Zijuan has come," someone suddenly exclaimed. He then shouted, "Young Master Zhu, come over for a moment." Before long, a tall youth was already walking over. He wore a faint smile and he appeared as confident as could be. Zhu Zijuan was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's grandson, and he possessed astonishing talent in alchemy. Moreover, he practiced both cultivation and martial arts, so he was extremely renowned in Guanhua City even though he was still young. "Young Master Zhu." Everyone started to greet him. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zijuan asked. He felt slightly puzzled. Why had they suddenly called him over? Those two people are competing in alchemy, so why doesn't young Master Zhu critique their skills? Someone said. Zhu Zijuan frowned upon hearing this. He was an alchemy prodigy, and even though he was only a two-star alchemist at the moment, he had already reached the third spirit refinement. At the same age, even Grandmaster Zhu Feng had been no more skillful than him. Yet, they actually wanted him to critique this competition? Who was worthy? However, there were many king tiers here and there were even some emperor tiers. He didn't want to offend them, so he could only say, both of them are refining two-star alchemical pills. They're about to finish their refinement. Refining alchemical pills generally took 1 month. If one were refining a celestial pill, however, it was rumored that it would take anywhere from several thousand years to a whopping several hundreds of thousands of years. Anyhow, with time accelerated by 100-fold, 1 month would only be 7 or so hours. Right now, 4 hours had already passed, so they had naturally passed the halfway mark of their refinement. 2-star alchemical pills. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. It was no surprise that Yen Wei could refine 2-star alchemical pills. After all, he was already a 2-star alchemist. Thus, it would be strange if he couldn't refine a 2-star alchemical pill. Their astonishment was derived from the fact that Ling Han could also refine a 2-star alchemical pill. This person. Not only was he a genuine alchemist, but he was more so a 2-star alchemist. Gasp. Upon seeing everyone's astonishment, a look of disdain spread across Zhu Zijuan's face. These people knew absolutely nothing about alchemy. He continued, there's nothing impressive about 2-star alchemists. In fact, it's spirit refinement that determines an alchemist's ultimate potential. Upon becoming an alchemist, spirit refinement is of utmost importance. Everyone nodded in understanding. In terms of alchemy, they indeed didn't have any knowledge. Zhu Zijuan was the expert. Oh, that's right. Young Master Zhu, dare I ask if Grandmaster Zhu has a junior brother? Someone asked. The surrounding onlookers instantly perked their ears up. They were all extremely curious about this. Just what was Ling Han's background? If he were truly Peng Huanian's senior uncle, that would be fairly frightening. Zhu Zijuan frowned again. Were these people retarded? According to my knowledge, no, he said with a shake of his head. Sure enough, Grandmaster Zhu Feng didn't have a junior brother. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, this aligned with their understanding of the current situation. After all, how could Grandmaster Zhu Feng have such a young junior brother? Mo Shuang would definitely suffer a miserable fate now. Yang Jia was more so instilled with confidence. After learning that Ling Han was a 2-star alchemist, he had truly been worried for a moment. Now however? Meanwhile, Mo Shuang and Han Tao were both slightly dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? Peng Huanian had personally admitted that Ling Han was his senior uncle. In other words, Ling Han was naturally Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother. Would a mighty 3-star alchemist make such a joke? Impossible. Then why had Zhu Zijuan denied this relationship? They racked their brains, yet they couldn't think of any logical reason. Was there some kind of misunderstanding or complication? In any case, they would sit back and observe the situation. Inside the time cultivation chambers, both Ling Han and Yen Wei had finished refining their alchemical pills. Right now, they were preparing to perform spirit refinement. At this moment, commotion suddenly traveled over from the back of the crowd. Everyone glanced back, only to see that Gui Desui had already returned. Next to him were 2 middle-aged men, both wearing dignified expressions. It was clear that they had enjoyed a lofty status for a very long time. Who is it? Who dares to pretend to be my master's senior uncle? One of the middle-aged men asked in a stern voice. His eyebrows were furrowed and his fury was evident. He was called Ran Fei and he was Peng Huanian's second disciple. The other middle-aged man was called Shi Xiuwen, and he was Peng Huanian's third disciple. Even though they were only 2-star alchemists, they had both reached the second spirit refinement already. This was very impressive. Young Master Zhu. Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen both faltered upon seeing Zhu Zijuan. They then walked over to greet him. They were of the same status and they were more so his senior brothers. However, Zhu Zijuan was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's grandson, so they naturally couldn't compare to him. Chapter 1943, Confrontation. A reserved smile appeared on Zhu Zijuan's face and he said with a nod, Senior brother Ran, senior brother Shi. Although he was haughty, he didn't need to exhibit this by acting arrogant. Young Master Zhu, someone is actually daring to pretend to be your grandfather's junior brother. Shi Xiuwen shouted. His gaze was vicious as he swept it across the surroundings, and it was as if he were trying to look for the person who had created this rumor. Zhu Zijuan faltered upon hearing this. He then flared up in rage. No wonder someone had asked him if Zhu Feng had a junior brother just then. As it turned out, it was because of this. How truly audacious. This person even dared to claim to be Zhu Feng's junior brother. What else wouldn't they dare to do? Perhaps they should impostor as a celestial king's junior brother. Who? Zhu Zijuan asked with a baleful expression. He stared at the crowd and it was clear that he was incandescent with rage. Swoosh. Everyone turned their gaze toward Imo Shuang. "Brother Imo, I need an explanation," Zhu Zijuan said in a calm voice. Even though his voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear the anger boiling underneath it. This anger was already on the verge of erupting. Imo Shuang was under immense pressure. Moreover, he was also extremely confused at this moment. How the fuck should I know what's going on? Peng Huanian clearly referred to Ling Han as his senior uncle, yet not a single one of you knows about this? Then where in the world did the senior uncle Ling Han leap out from? A crack in the rock. How can there be such strange things in this world? At this moment, Imo Shuang could only remain silent. What else could he say? In any case, it was the others who hadn't made heads or tails of the situation, so what did this have to do with him? That's right, we need an explanation. Shi Xiuwen and Ran Fei also roared in rage. This relationship was directly related to them. If they silently accepted this relationship, wouldn't they have to refer to Ling Han as senior uncle? Is it that person? Zhu Zijuan asked. He finally came to his senses, and he locked his ice-cold gaze onto the cultivation chamber that Ling Han was in. Regardless of how enraged he was, there was nothing he could do about Imo Shuang. After all, the latter was an important member of an ascending origin tier force. However, Ling Han was different. This brat actually dared to pretend to be his grandfather's junior brother. Why the fuck didn't he ascend the heavens? He would wait until this person left the cultivation chamber. At that time he would give him a vicious slap across the face. He wore a dark expression as he stood there, and everyone could tell that there was a ball of explosive anger sitting in his chest. The onlookers all clicked their tongues in wonder. This was truly very interesting. Someone actually dared to claim to be Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother. Just how retarded would one need to be to do such a preposterous thing? There was a good show to be seen. Meanwhile, Yang Jia was filled with a feeling of triumphance. Right now he was already itching to collect his winnings from this gamble. He would then scold Imo Shuang until he couldn't raise his head ever again. What an absolute retard. Several more hours passed, and Yen Wei was the first to leave his cultivation chamber. There was a haughty expression on his face. He had refined a 2-star alchemical pill, and he had then performed 1 spirit refinement on it. By doing so, he had elevated the alchemical pill from the medium grade to the high grade. In terms of refining alchemical pills, he was confident of his success rate. In terms of second refinement, however, he was somewhat lacking in confidence. There was a large chance that he might fail. However, he had succeeded in 1 try this time, so he was naturally beside himself with joy and satisfaction. What about Ling Han? He looked toward the other cultivation chamber, only to see that Ling Han was still refining his alchemical pill. An expression of disdain involuntarily spread across his face. How slow. When it came to alchemy, being slow and steady wouldn't necessarily lead to a better result. In fact, when refining alchemical pills, one needed to complete the refinement in a set amount of this. Otherwise, the only possibility was blowing up their cauldron. He's finished refining, but he's still performing spirit refinement. Hang on. This brat can actually perform spirit refinement? One had to realize that at least 70% of 1-star alchemists didn't know how to perform spirit refinement. Only a small number of prodigies possessed the skill to perform spirit refinement. As for the others, they could only master spirit refinement after becoming a 2-star alchemist. Thus, it was spirit refinement that reflected an alchemist's skill. After a while, Ling Han finally opened the door of his cultivation chamber. Although the order in which they finished refining wasn't an absolute indication of their skill, the onlookers were already accustomed to thinking about problems from the perspective of cultivators. Thus, they instantly felt like Ling Han's skill was inferior to Yen Wei's. Yen Wei humphed coldly before saying, "Admit defeat. That way you can at least lose with some dignity." "I don't have such a habit," Ling Han said with a shake of his head. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or alchemy, he didn't have a habit of admitting defeat before even trying. "You won't feel regret until you see your own grave. Then I'll defeat you in the most comprehensive manner," Yen Wei said with a haughty expression. He raised his right hand and said, "I've refined an Azure Origin pill, a 2-star alchemical pill. I've also completed 1 spirit refinement." Spirit refinement. Even though there were few alchemists among the onlookers, everyone shuddered upon hearing this phrase. Being able to perform spirit refinement indicated that this person truly possessed talent in the domain of alchemy. Their future was bright and full of potential. Yen Wei was extremely young, so being able to perform spirit refinement at such an age indicated that he was a true prodigy. Even Zhu Zijuan nodded upon seeing this. This person is indeed impressive. I wonder which master has raised such a young prodigy. Are there any two-star alchemists present? Yan Wei asked in a loud voice. I am, Ran Fei replied. Can you please appraise this azure origin pill for me? Yan Wei asked. No problem. Ran Fei approached the celestial pill and carefully examined it for a moment. He then said, this alchemical pill is of the medium grade, and after one spirit refinement, it has now reached the high grade. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. They didn't know how to refine alchemical pills, but they had all eaten many celestial pills before. High-grade 2-star alchemical pills were already very decent, and they were at least 3 times more expensive than medium-grade 2-star alchemical pills. This was the value of spirit refinement. What else do you have to say now? Yan Wei asked as he looked at Ling Han. His face was filled with haughtiness and pride. He was the disciple of a 3-star alchemist, and he had come here representing his master to give well wishes to Grandmaster Zhu Feng. He was a haughty person, and he believed that it was because of his bad luck that he hadn't been able to find a 4-star alchemist as his master. Otherwise, he was sure that his accomplishment would be even greater. This belief caused him to develop a twisted sense of dignity. Regardless of what it was, he was always hell-bent on gaining an advantage over others. A faint smile spread across Ling Han's face, and he also tossed his alchemical pill to Ran Fei, saying, help me appraise it. Oh, you're fairly confident, huh? Ran Fei accepted the pill and glanced at Ling Han, saying, you're the person who's impersonating the senior uncle of my master. Ling Han chuckled and replied, I'm not so desperate and lowly that I need to impersonate the senior uncle of your master yet. In fact, if it weren't for my relationship with my 3rd senior brother, I truly wouldn't want a junior nephew such as your master. How audacious. Zhu Zijuan, Ran Fei, and Shi Xiuwen roared in unison. Their faces were filled with rage. This person had truly become addicted to impersonating others. Before the 3 of them, he still dared to utter such preposterous bullshit. Just who did he think he was? Ling Han waved his hand and said, we can talk about whether I'm an impostor or not later. Hurry up and appraise my alchemical pill first. There was still a large pile of wagers awaiting his collection. Zhu Zijuan and the others were naturally enraged upon hearing this. Ling Han dared to claim to be the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist, and this was already a severe crime. Now, however, he was acting as if it weren't a matter of concern at all. Fine, appraise it first. Zhu Zijuan said in a solemn voice. Ran Fei nodded in understanding before beginning to appraise the alchemical pill. He opened this pill vial, and after taking a single sniff, his expression instantly changed. Even the trashiest of alchemists could act as an appraiser for alchemical pills. After all, this was the most fundamental skill. If they couldn't even appraise alchemical pills, they would have absolutely no hope of becoming an alchemist. This alchemical pill was extraordinary. Ran Fei poured the alchemical pill out, and his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. 3 golden lines. 3rd refinement. Impossible. He looked up, and this caused both Shi Xiuwen and Zhu Zijuan to glance over. Their expressions also changed. 3rd refinement. Even if Ling Han had only refined a 1-star alchemical pill, just this alone was already enough to hand him victory. No, they definitely couldn't allow Ling Han to win. Zhu Zijuan immediately shook his head at Ran Fei. Chapter 1944, Cheating. Ran Fei instantly understood Zhu Zijuan's intentions. He purposefully coughed, and he placed the alchemical pill back into the pill vial as he did so. During this process, however, he had already swapped the alchemical pill out for an ordinary celestial pill. Meanwhile, he placed Ling Han's alchemical pill into his own spatial god tool. Humph, this is nothing but a mere 1-star alchemical pill. Moreover, it hasn't even undergone spirit refinement. What a ridiculous joke, he said in disdain. He waved his hand and tossed the pill vial back to Ling Han. Ling Han caught the pill vial, and a cold smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Did they think he was blind? They wanted to cheat him. He pointed at Ran Fei and said, don't try such cheap tricks on me. Return my alchemical pill to me. Ran Fei glared at Ling Han and asked, what alchemical pill? His brows furrowed and he said, not only are you daring to impersonate a senior, but you're even trying to smear my reputation. I'm a 2-star alchemist. Before me, you're nothing but trash. Everyone was baffled upon hearing this exchange. Ling Han was accusing Ran Fei of swapping his alchemical pill out, while Ran Fei was denying this and accusing Ling Han of defaming him. Which of them was lying? Humph, you actually dare to impersonate my grandfather's junior brother? Just how audacious are you? Zhu Zijuan said as he strode toward Ling Han. His eyes were blazing with fury. Zhu Feng was the pride of the Zhu clan, and he was also the pillar of the Zhu clan. He definitely couldn't be slandered by others. Ling Han smiled and said, obediently return my alchemical pill, and we can sort through these problems one by one. We'll deal with the gamble first and we'll deal with my identity later. Such wanton audaciousness. You're trying to change the topic to buy time? Zhu Zijuan said in an ice-cold voice. Kneel and apologize. On one side was a stranger with no background. On the other side was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's grandson. Whom would everyone believe? They naturally believed Zhu Zijuan. Thus, everyone shook their head in disappointment. They couldn't help but think that Ling Han was extremely foolish. So be it if he impersonated Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother somewhere else. However, he had chosen to do so here. Moreover, he had been caught by Grandmaster Zhu Feng's grandson and later generation disciples. Capture him and hand him over to Grandmaster Zhu for punishment. Does such a measly person have the right to see Grandmaster Zhu? Directly punish him with death. In any case, capture him first. Many people started to shout for punishment. These were naturally the people who had wagered that Ling Han would lose. If he were captured and taken away, they would naturally win their wager. Mo Shuang was enraged and he shouted, do you people still speak any reason? The competition is about alchemy prowess. What are you people waffling on about? This kind of dishonest person isn't worthy of being called an alchemist, Zhu Zijuan said as he arrived before Ling Han. He then made a pressing motion with his palm. Boom. A boundless aura surged forth, transforming into a symbol of the great Tao. Zhu Zijuan was a king tier at the peak stage of the fourth severance. Guanhua City was brimming with talents, so Zhu Zijuan couldn't be regarded as a supreme prodigy. However, a king tier at the peak stage of the fourth severance was already no pushover. How strong could a dishonest bumpkin be? Zhu Zijuan could naturally capture him with ease. Anyhow, he seriously wondered whether Mo Shuang's and Han Tao's IQ had been swallowed by a dog. They actually believed that this youth was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's junior brother. Ling Han casually reached over with his hand. Pah! Zhu Zijuan's wrist was firmly caught in his hand. What? Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. To casually block a fourth severance king tier strike. This person was definitely an emperor tier. For the sake of third senior brother, I won't lower myself to the same level as you, Ling Han said. He then shook his hand and sent Zhu Zijuan flying back. Zhu Zijuan arched his back and steadied himself. However, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. If Ling Han had wanted to hurt him just then, he could have definitely killed him in a single strike. However, Zhu Zijuan didn't feel a shred of gratitude. Instead, he felt even more humiliated. Did he need to thank Ling Han? He was Grandmaster Zhu Feng's grandson, so who dared to hurt even a single hair of his? Moreover, since Ling Han was an emperor tier, why was he still impersonating Zhu Feng's junior brother? This was far too detestable. Ling Han had purely come here to humiliate others. Who's going to capture this detestable criminal for me? Zhu Zijuan said in a vicious voice. He looked around only to see expressions of hesitation on everyone's faces. No one responded to his call for help. Those present were all king tiers or emperor tiers, so none of them would casually lower their own status to help him. 1 vial of mundane repairing pills. Zhu Zijuan retrieved a vial of alchemical pills and said, I'll gift this vial of mundane repairing pills to whoever captures this detestable criminal for me. Countless people were tempted by this offer. Mundane repairing pills could repair any imperfections that one had during their journey of severing the mundane. Of course, it couldn't allow king tiers to become emperor tiers. However, it could allow low-level king tiers to become high-level king tiers, and it could allow low-level emperor tiers to become high-level emperor tiers. As such, these alchemical pills were extremely rare and valuable. Young Master Zhu. Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen hurriedly exclaimed. Grandmaster Zhu Feng had especially refined these pills for his grandson, and these pills were more so at the 5th refinement. Thus, their value was far above that of ordinary mundane repairing pills. It was no exaggeration to say that they were worth as much as a city. Was there any need to seek help from the onlookers? Both of them were elites at the Yang Soul, so could they not apprehend and capture a measly severing mundane tier cultivator? However, they weren't aware that Shi Xiuwen viewed himself as more of a cultivator. As such, did the mighty Liu Clan need to dispatch cultivators of a higher tier to suppress a measly brat? That would be far too humiliating. That being the case, Shi Xiuwen was willing to sacrifice a vial of mundane repairing pills to capture Ling Han. In any case, would it be difficult for him to obtain more mundane repairing pills? He could simply ask his grandfather to refine more. An emperor tier stepped forward and said, "I'll capture him." Such a valuable reward was bound to attract a few brave cultivators. Mo Shuang and Han Tao involuntarily shook their heads upon seeing this. Only they knew that Ling Han wasn't simply the junior brother of a 4-star alchemist. In addition to that, he was also a monarch tier in cultivation. In reality, it was the latter identity that was more dazzling and impressive. This was because monarch tiers could definitely become celestial kings. However, 4-star alchemists could only somewhat rival First Heaven celestial kings. This gulf in status was quite significant. Against a monarch tier, emperor tiers were generally not even worthy of a single strike. Not to mention this was a battle between a 5th Severance monarch tier and a 4th Severance emperor tier. Ling Han possessed the advantage of an entire minor level. Displeasure spread across Ling Han's face and he said, "You all like to pester me endlessly, am I right? Fine, then I'll pummel you until you're satisfied." "Before me, Hudong, do you have any right to act so audacious?" the emperor tier said with a sneer. He immediately reached over with a hand. Boom. The sky was filled with symbols of the great Tao. He was truly very powerful, and it was evident that he was already a top-notch emperor tier. With a single hand that could blot out heaven and earth, the emperor tier made a grabbing motion at Ling Han. However, Ling Han simply replied with a casual snap of his fingers. Pooh! A burst of vicious sword chi soared into the sky. This was a comprehension that he had extracted from the regulation of slaughter and fused into his own sword techniques. Its destructive ability was astonishing, and it was powerful enough to slash the heavens and shatter the earth. Pooh! The colossal hand was instantly sliced into two, with a petrifying murderous aura soaring into the sky. Hudong's expression changed drastically. Before he could even shout in alarm, he had already been sent flying by Ling Han's strike. Chapter 1945. Siblings from the Liu Clan. However, since Hudong had already been defeated, who else dared to challenge Ling Han? Ran Fei stepped forward and said, "Young Master Zhu, let me capture him." It was clear that 4th Severance Emperor tiers could only rival Ling Han, but not suppress him. In the Severing Mundane tier, perhaps only Holy Sun Lu could suppress him. Of course, Celestial Maiden Lu Han could also suppress him. However, could they command these two supreme beings? Shi Xiuwen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding his head. After receiving Shi Xiuwen's agreement, Ran Fei immediately stepped forward. Boom. An aura that was unique to Dividing Soul tier elites instantly erupted into the surroundings. Even though alchemists were extremely weak against cultivators of the same cultivation, Ran Fei possessed an advantage of one major tier over Ling Han. Thus, in comparison, he was still indescribably powerful. To a 4th Severance cultivator, even if they were an emperor tier, would still be an insurmountable mountain. The king tiers and the surroundings all wore expressions of disdain. This was a gathering of prodigies, yet upon being unable to defeat Ling Han, Shi Xiuwen was actually seeking the help of a senior. They naturally viewed such action with contempt. Strength was king in the cultivation world. This strength not only referred to one's cultivation, but it also referred to their ability to remain invincible against those at the same cultivation. At this moment, Ling Han also lost his patience. His voice was cold as he said, "By the looks of it, I need to discipline you people for 3rd senior brother. You still dare to utter such nonsense?" Ran Fei said with a cold chuckle. He immediately charged forward. Even if he were relatively weak, he was still a Dividing Soul tier elite. Thus, he would possess a crushing advantage over any Severing Mundane tier emperor tier. Right now, even the king tiers in the surroundings were wearing expressions of unease. Even though they weren't being targeted, the overwhelming power of a Dividing Soul tier elite still wasn't something that they could withstand. They had no option but to retreat to avoid his aura. Meanwhile, the emperor tiers fared slightly better. However, it wasn't much better. They still had no option but to retreat. There were 5 celestial tiers, and each subsequent one would be an insurmountable mountain. Ling Han was going to suffer a miserable fate. Boom. Ran Fei's hand crashed down. Pa. Ling Han replied with a casual slap. He clearly hadn't unleashed any regulations, and his movements clearly weren't very quick. Everyone could see his movements clearly. However, as if under a trance, Ran Fei dazedly stared at this slap cracking across his face. There was a crisp slapping sound as Ran Fei was sent flying back. However, before he could fly far, Ling Han grabbed his calf and forcefully dragged him back. There are so many things you could have learned, yet you insisted on learning such dirty tricks. How did third senior brother teach you? Pa. Ling Han slapped Ran Fei again before saying, "You need to respect your seniors. Pa. Even if I'm not your senior as fellow alchemists, should we not aim to help each other? Pa. With no regard for right or wrong, the first thing you did was accuse me of smearing others. Just who do you think you are? Pa. If it weren't for my strength, wouldn't I need to silently swallow this humiliation?" With each point that he raised, Ling Han would slap Ran Fei across the face. Each of these slaps was extremely powerful, and it wasn't long before Ran Fei's entire face became swollen. He looked as ugly as a pig. Pa pa pa. The crisp slapping sounds were incessant, and everyone in the surroundings descended into a state of shock and disbelief. A dividing soul tier elite was completely powerless as Ling Han slapped him across the face. Just how great was the gulf between their strength. 5th Severance Monarch tier. At this moment, no one would doubt Ling Han's strength any longer. Only a Monarch tier could overcome the gulf of one major tier. Gasp. He was truly a Monarch tier. Hey, it seems like everyone's having fun, huh? There was a long laugh, after which a young man strode over. Behind him was a stunningly beautiful woman. The two of them appeared relaxed, yet they were radiating with a domineering aura that forced everyone in the surroundings to retreat. "Holy Sun Lu," many people said in a trembling voice. There were expressions of absolute respect and reverence on their faces. This was a supreme prodigy whom they could only gaze up at. The words 5th Severance Monarch tier were more than enough to describe his overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, the person beside him was Lu Han, his younger sister. These two siblings were both cultivation prodigies, and they had both become powerful Monarch tiers. This was a rare feat even in the history of the celestial realm. Just how much did the heavens adore them to allow both of them to become so extraordinarily outstanding? "Friend, can you stop for a moment?" Lu Jie said to Ling Han. Even though this was a question, his tone was that of a command. This was only natural. After all, he was a Monarch tier, so everyone had to obey his words. Who dared to question him? Ling Han glanced at Lu Jie, and an expression of displeasure spread across his face. If Lu Jie had asked in a friendly manner, he wouldn't have insisted on being unreasonable. However, upon arriving, Lu Jie had directly issued a command at him. This instantly caused Ling Han to feel ticked off. He slapped Ran Fei once more before turning around and saying, "I'm disciplining my junior, so do I need you to stick your nose in?" Fuck. This person is so audacious. Everyone was stunned upon seeing Ling Han retort Lu Jie. Even though Ling Han had already proven his strength as a Monarch tier, no one believed that he stood a chance against Lu Jie. This was because there was also a concept of strong and weak among Monarch tiers. Among the Monarch tiers from the wide prosperity heaven, Lu Jie was ranked around 20th. Although this was near the bottom, was this not stronger than Ling Han? After all, if Ling Han were more powerful, would he not have become famous already? Ling Han. Lu Jie mused. He wasn't angered. Even in the wide prosperity heaven, there were only around 20 Monarch tiers in total. Each of them could become a celestial king in the future, and they were the pillars of the wide prosperity heaven. He had learned Ling Han's name by listening to the conversations in the surroundings, and he quietly murmured it to himself. He was certain that he had never heard this name before. "I never knew that such a person existed under the branch of Grandmaster Zhu Feng," he said. This was incredible. An alchemist had actually raised a Monarch tier? Who would believe this? "Release him first," Lu Han commanded. There was strong displeasure in her voice. Lu Jie had already commanded him to stop, yet Ling Han was still acting as he pleased. He was far too arrogant. No matter what, this was still the residence of Lu Jie. Thus, by fighting here, just how much did he disrespect Lu Jie? "I'm merely disciplining my junior. There's no need for you to worry," Ling Han said. After asking someone, Liu Jie immediately learned of the current situation. He was astonished by what he heard. A monarch tier was actually impersonating an alchemist? He couldn't wrap his head around this. However, if one were to say that Zhu Zijuan and the others were lying, that would be far too preposterous. Did they dare to refute such an important relationship in public? Wouldn't Zhu Zijuan become an unfilial grandson? He pondered for a moment before saying, "We should deal with these matters one by one. Weren't you competing in alchemy? Continue." Once he learned of Ling Han's skill in alchemy, he would be able to largely determine whether he was lying or not. Ling Han smiled and said, "Now this is the way to resolve problems. Then hurry up and release him." Lu Han chimed. Because first impressions were the strongest, she had a very negative view of Ling Han. Ling Han chuckled and said, "My alchemical pill was swapped out by him, so how can we continue if I don't get it back?" Absolute nonsense. Ran Fei hurriedly shouted. If he were indicted with this crime in public, he might even be expelled by Zhu Feng. That would be far too cruel. "Is it up to you to say whether this is nonsense or not?" Ling Han said in a cold voice. He was supremely disappointed in this junior's character. "Then is it up to you to say?" Lu Han asked in a menacing voice. She had already endured Ling Han's haughty attitude for a very long time. "It's up to the truth," Ling Han said. It was also at this moment that he retrieved a spatial god tool from Ran Fei's sleeves. He retrieved an alchemical pill from this spatial god tool, and he could naturally tell whether this was the alchemical pill that he had refined or not. Chapter 1946. Our respects to Senior Uncle. Lu Han was infuriated and she said, "You're retrieving an alchemical pill from him, and you're pretending that you refined it yourself." "Stupid girl," Ling Han said in disdain. Lu Han raised her brows and questioned, "What did you say?" Her fury was extremely evident. "You didn't hear? Stupid girl, stupid girl, stupid girl." Ling Han repeated himself 3 times. Lu Han exploded in anger, and she could barely contain herself from lunging over to bite Ling Han. From her childhood until now, since when had anyone ever called her a stupid girl? Not only was she a prodigy in cultivation, but she was also breathtakingly beautiful. In fact, she was regarded as the second most beautiful woman in the wide prosperity heaven. As such, it was natural for men to stare at her in awe when they saw her. "You blind fool. That's mine. Mine." Ran Fei hurriedly shouted. If he didn't resist, the truth would quickly be revealed. "Yours?" Ling Han scoffed. "Are you not aware that alchemists have a habit of adding their own symbols into their alchemical pills?" He funneled some origin power into the alchemical pill, causing it to light up. One could faintly discern the word Ling on the alchemical pill. Commotion instantly swept through the crowd of onlookers. This was as clear as could be. This alchemical pill definitely belonged to Ling Han. Otherwise, why would Ran Fei engrave the word Ling on an alchemical pill that he had refined? Perhaps he harbored some deep feelings for Ling Han. Ran Fei was instantly rendered speechless, and his face flushed beet red. It was naturally humiliating to be exposed before so many people. Lu Han was also rendered speechless. As it turned out, Ling Han had truly been wronged. Perhaps Brother Ran accidentally put the wrong alchemical pill away, Zhu Zijuan said. He casually cleared Ran Fei of any wrongdoing. However, were the onlookers fools? They were all up in arms upon hearing this. Zhu Zijuan was far too shameless. He had been trying so hard to defame Ling Han just then, yet he was now trying to rid himself of any responsibility. They had never come across such a shameless person before. Ling Han couldn't be bothered dealing with these matters at this moment, so he said, "Who else is an alchemist? Please appraise this alchemical pill for me." "Leave it to me," Liu Jie said with a smile. "Although I'm not an alchemist, I do understand alchemy quite well. At the very least, appraising an alchemical pill won't be an issue." Ling Han glanced at him before nodding and saying, "Then I'll leave it to Brother Liu." He handed the alchemical pill over. Liu Jie held it in his hands and carefully examined it for a moment before saying, "This is a jade cloud pill, and among 2-star alchemical pills, it's one of the most difficult to refine. The refinement of this pill has probably reached a high grade. In terms of spirit refinement, it's reached the 3rd refinement." "What? 3rd refinement?" Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Even if they didn't understand the difficulty of refining the jade cloud pill, they were well aware of what 3 spirit refinements signified. The fourth refinement was the limit of most alchemists, and those who reached the fifth refinement could be referred to as grandmasters. This person was far too freakish. In the realm of cultivation he had reached the position of monarch tier. Meanwhile, in the realm of alchemy he had also reached the third refinement. He was already closing in on the title of grandmaster. Most importantly, Ling Han was still far too young. By reaching the third refinement at such a young age, it was not a pipe dream for him to reach the fifth refinement. Yan Wei was stupefied upon hearing this. His opponent had refined a more difficult alchemical pill than him, and he had also done so to a higher grade than him. In addition to this, he had even completed more spirit refinements than him. This was an absolute pummeling. With a sliver of hope, he asked, "Then what about the quality of the spirit refinements?" All three spirit refinements can be regarded as perfect. The third spirit refinement is slightly inferior, though this doesn't affect the overall quality of the alchemical pill, Liu Jie replied. He genuinely wasn't favoring anyone and he was speaking the absolute truth. Yan Wei was rendered speechless. In fact, even if Ling Han's three spirit refinements had only been of ordinary quality, they would have still been superior because of the quantity. This was an absolute advantage. Yan Wei had only been holding on to a sliver of hope, yet this had also been extinguished now. Ling Han snapped his fingers and said, "Emo Shuang, collect the winnings." This was the reason why he had agreed to this competition. Otherwise, there was no way he would have given such a performance before so many people. Emo Shuang started to excitedly collect the winnings. He had truly struck a gold mine this time, even though there were also some fortunate people who had wagered for Ling Han, to whom he had to give a share of the winnings. This caused many people to glare at Ling Han and Emo Shuang in anger. These two people had screwed them over very badly. Ling Han was clearly so talented in alchemy, yet he had still pretended to be a noob. He had treated them as sheep for slaughter. However, a loss was a loss and there was nothing they could say. With their position and status, they certainly couldn't argue about this. "Now it's time to deal with the next matter," Ling Han said. He looked at Shi Xiuwen and continued, "You people swapped my alchemical pill out. As your senior, it's my responsibility to discipline you. Otherwise, others will think that the Ziqing branch of alchemists has no rules." He wore a baleful expression as he said this. Ziqing, who was the most renowned alchemist in the Eastern Celestial Realm. It was none other than Grandmaster Ziqing. Perhaps Ling Han was Grandmaster Ziqing's disciple? Hang on, was Grandmaster Zhu Feng also Grandmaster Ziqing's disciple? Because Grandmaster Zhu Feng had been expelled by Grandmaster Ziqing, few people knew about his history. Now that everyone heard Ling Han saying this, they finally discovered the relationship between Grandmaster Zhu Feng and Grandmaster Ziqing. Zhu Zijuan's expression instantly changed. Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen were of a later generation, so they didn't know about the relationship between Grandmaster Zhu Feng and Grandmaster Ziqing. However, Zhu Zijuan was well aware of this relationship. Now that Ling Han had mentioned Grandmaster Ziqing, it was clear that he also had a deep relationship with him. Absolute nonsense. Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen chided in unison. Ran Fei was extremely fervent, especially since he had been pummeled and humiliated in public by Ling Han. He detested Ling Han to the core. "Oh really?" Ling Han said calmly. "Then why don't you go and ask Peng Huanian? I'm curious to see what he'll say." "You still want to take advantage of my master?" Ran Fei jumped up and said, "You fucking..." Pa. Before Ran Fei could even finish speaking, he was brutally slapped across the face by Zhu Zijuan. "Shut up." Zhu Zijuan chided in anger. Ran Fei had no option but to swallow his words. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Zijuan with an aggrieved expression. Why had he suddenly slapped him? Zhu Zijuan was just about to speak, yet he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He immediately turned around to glance behind him. Not far away there were two middle-aged men quickly walking over. One was extremely tall and one was both short and fat. He looked much like a round ball. "Uncle Ma, Uncle Chen," he hurriedly said in greeting after faltering for a brief moment. These two middle-aged men were Ma Yong and Qin Dong. Both of them were disciples of Zhu Feng, and they had more so obtained his true inheritance. However, they were still slightly inferior when compared to Peng Huanian. In any case, they were both three-star alchemists. Ma Yong and Qin Dong only nodded in acknowledgement before quickly finding Ling Han from among the crowd. They hurriedly stepped forward and bowed in respect, saying, "Our respects to Fourth Uncle." Fourth Uncle. Commotion instantly swept through the crowd of onlookers. At this moment no one would doubt Ling Han anymore. Ling Han was indeed Zhu Feng's junior brother. Otherwise, it was impossible for both Ma Yong and Qindong to go stupid at once. A grim expression spread across Zhu Zijuan and the others' faces. This confirmation of Ling Han's identity was not good news for them. It signified that they would be targeted in the future. They were in for a world of hurt. Chapter 1947. Are you going to yield or not? Who would have imagined that Ling Han was actually telling the truth? He was truly the junior brother of Grandmaster Zhu Feng. This was far too astonishing and his status was far too illustrious. Apart from celestial kings, everyone had to give some face to Ling Han. Ling Han raised his hand and said, "There's no need, you may rise." Only upon hearing this did Ma Yong and Qindong straighten their backs. They wore ice-cold expressions as they glanced at Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen. "Uncle Ma, Uncle Chen," the two of them said in trembling voices. Their legs were shaking uncontrollably. "Are you not going to hurry up and piss off?" Ma Yong roared in anger. Yes. Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen said with a hurried nod. However, they felt extremely relieved upon hearing this. Behind closed doors, everything could be resolved peacefully. They could easily transform a large matter into a small matter, and a small matter into no matter at all. "Hold up." Ling Han waved his hand and said, "I still haven't finished speaking, so why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ma Yong shuffled over and said in a quiet voice, "Uncle, there are so many people here, so it's best that we don't wash the dirty linen in public." Ling Han scoffed and said, "The three of them secretly tried to swap my alchemical pill out for an inferior pill. They've already stooped so low, so how can they be afraid of being punished in public? Don't take things too far," Zhu Zijuan said in a stern voice. Just then, Ling Han had only been targeting Ran Fei, so he had been able to endure that. After all, Ran Fei wasn't an important person to him. Now, however, Ling Han was directly targeting him. He definitely couldn't endure this. Ling Han immediately lashed out. "Pa, this was a solid slap. You've been a young master for too long, so you reckon that you can view everyone as inferior to you? You actually dare to hit me?" Zhu Zijuan held his face with his right hand, and there was venom flashing in his eyes. He had been a prodigy from a young age, so he had naturally enjoyed everyone's praise and love. Since when had he ever been slapped before? "I can't hit you?" Ling Han asked in a calm voice. "If you weren't third senior brother's grandson, I would kill you, not simply hit you. Uncle Ma, Uncle Chen, you're just going to stand there and watch this person humiliate me?" Zhu Zijuan shouted. There was fury and bitter resentment in his eyes. So what if Ling Han was Zhu Feng's junior brother? He had never heard of him before. Moreover, the person most important to Zhu Feng was his esteemed master, Grandmaster Zicheng. Apart from him, it was his two senior brothers. Zhu Zijuan had never heard his grandfather mention this junior brother before. Meanwhile, with Ling Han's young age, it was clear that Grandmaster Zicheng had only taken him as a disciple recently. He conceded that Ling Han was indeed a prodigy. However, he was only on the same level as himself. Why did Zhu Zijuan have to adopt a lower status? Why did he have to refer to Ling Han as senior uncle? Why did he have to listen to his reprimands and even be hit in public by him? Had he done anything wrong? No. He had done everything for the sake of the Zhu clan's reputation. Someone had dared to impersonate his grandfather's junior brother, so how could he have endured this? As the saying went, those who were unknowing couldn't be guilty. Why was Ling Han so insistent on punishing him? Conflicted expressions spread across Ma Yong's and Qindong's face. They had also only just learned that their master had gained such a young junior brother. It was only during noon today that Peng Huanian had reported the matters pertaining to Ling Han to Zhu Feng. As a result, Zhu Feng sternly scolded Peng Huanian for a long while. He then sent the two of them over to invite Ling Han. However, who knew that they would come across such an awkward situation? In their eyes, this was a private matter for their own branch of alchemists. As such, there was no need to create a huge fuss about it in public. Otherwise, they would only be losing face for themselves. Indeed, they were extremely displeased with Ling Han for causing such a huge commotion out of this. However, what could they do? Ling Han was their senior. Before heading over, Zhu Feng had reminded them several times to show respect to Ling Han. Thus, they had immediately bowed in utmost respect upon seeing Ling Han. Right now they could only try to persuade him. "Fourth uncle, Perhaps we should do this somewhere else? Ma Yong suggested. There's no need. Ling Han said in a resolute voice. We can deal with things right here. You're nothing but a stupid brat, so what right do you have to become my senior uncle? Zhu Zijuan said. He was going all out. With how much Zhu Feng doted him, he believed that he would only suffer a scolding at most. How could Zhu Feng bear to punish him? Is this for you to question? Ling Han said as he slapped Zhu Zijuan across the face again. I'm intent on punishing you, so are you going to yield or not? Zhu Zijuan straightened his neck and shouted, No. His hair was already disorderly, and his expression of calm had already vanished. He appeared as disheveled as could be. No? Then I'll beat you until you yield. Ling Han raised his hand and slapped Zhu Zijuan again. Are you going to yield? No. Pa. Are you going to yield? No. After each slap, Ling Han would repeat the same question again. It wasn't long before Zhu Zijuan was slapped silly. Fourth uncle. Fourth uncle. Ma Yong and Qin Dong exclaimed. They were extremely anxious upon seeing this. However, this was a senior disciplining their junior, and this was as natural as could be. Unless they were willing to be expelled, how could they dare to interfere? In any case, even if they interfered, there was no guarantee that they could stop Ling Han. Even though one of them was at the Yang Soul and one of them was at the Yin Soul, they still might not be able to defeat Ling Han even if they teamed up. Thus, they could only try to persuade him. However, Ling Han's mind was set, and he refused to believe that he couldn't beat this junior into submission. If he didn't discipline Zhu Zijuan properly today, Zhu Zijuan would only stray further and further on this incorrect path. He needed to take responsibility for his third senior brother's grandson, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Of course, this was partly because he was pissed off at Zhu Zijuan as well. This person actually dared to cheat him. Did he look like a pushover? Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder upon seeing this. Most people here couldn't compare to Zhu Zijuan's status. However, Zhu Zijuan was now being slapped before them, and Zhu Feng's two disciples could do absolutely nothing about it. They didn't even dare to stop Ling Han. However, thinking about this carefully, they realized that anyone would be pissed off if their alchemical pill were swapped out for an inferior one. If Ling Han hadn't noticed their ploy, he might have truly been screwed over. Zhu Zijuan only had himself to blame. Are you going to yield? Ling Han asked again after slapping Zhu Zijuan for heaven knew how many times. He wasn't simply slapping Zhu Zijuan. In fact, he had even fused some regulations of flames into his slaps, causing the pain to be searing and bone deep. This was a torturous pain. Zhu Zijuan's willpower was fairly strong, yet he was still rendered confused and disoriented after being slapped several hundred times. His willpower started to weaken, and his only thought was to end this pain as soon as possible. I yield, he murmured. His willpower crumbled and tears shamefully burst from his eyes. Everyone gasped upon seeing this. Who could believe that a mighty king tier and a prodigious alchemist had actually been beaten to the point of tears? They definitely couldn't provoke Ling Han. Just then they had still wanted to visit Mo Shuang and Ling Han after everything concluded so that they could ask for some of their wager back. After witnessing this, however, they silently rid themselves of this thought. They definitely couldn't provoke this person. Otherwise, they would be asking to be humiliated. With a flick, Ling Han casually tossed Zhu Zijuan toward Ma Yong. He then glanced at Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen and said, regardless of whether it's cultivation or alchemy, the most important thing is one's intentions. If one's intentions are crooked, they'll only end up ruining the reputation of their master. He didn't say that he would expel Ran Fei or Shi Xiuwen. However, who was he? He was Zhu Feng's junior brother, so Zhu Feng would naturally listen to his opinions. Thus, even if Zhu Feng only mentioned this in passing, what would Peng Huanian do? Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen trembled in fright. They felt extremely aggrieved in their minds. Hadn't they done everything for the sake of Peng Huanian? Why were they going to be expelled for this? No, they had to immediately seek Peng Huanian. Chapter 1948. I've come from the calm peace heaven. Lu Jie waved at Ling Han and said, Brother Ling, come sit. Even though the overall level of cultivation in the wide prosperity heaven was higher, there were still only very few monarch tiers. Thus, each of them was worth becoming friends with. Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement, and he was accompanied by Lu Jie to the location of the banquet. This was an elegant garden, and it was filled with all kinds of mysterious flowers and peculiar plants. There was also a pond in the middle in which there was a twin lotus that was giving off a refreshing fragrance. From time to time, some carps would also swim to the surface of the pond, and appear in the gaps between the lotus leaves. "Ah, this is a heaven fortune lotus," Ling Han exclaimed as he saw the twin lotus. He had already committed all of the celestial medicines in the world to memory, so he immediately recognized this lotus. However, an expression of disappointment quickly spread across his face and he said, "However, its medicinal age is only 1 billion or so years, so it can only qualify as a pseudo-celestial medicine." Heaven fortune lotuses had to grow for at least 5 billion years before they could absorb enough regulations of heaven and earth and become celestial medicines. If they hadn't passed this age, they could only be considered as pseudo-celestial medicines. Of course, pseudo-celestial medicines were already incredibly valuable. Each of them could sell for an astronomical amount of star stones. However, few people would be willing to sell their celestial medicines for star stones. Generally speaking, people would trade them for other valuable materials or celestial medicines, or perhaps some high-level celestial techniques. Liu Jie had initially been wearing a proud smile. Generally speaking, only celestial kings had the right to plant and nurture celestial medicines. Yet, he already possessed one while still at the severing mundane tier. Just how astonishing was this? However, Ling Han's next remark made it seem as if he didn't think much about this pseudo-celestial medicine. This caused him to feel extremely vexed. Liu Han instantly held her hand to her mouth and chuckled. She had initially viewed Ling Han in a very bad light. However, he had proved that he was a mighty monarch tier. Monarch tiers were naturally proud people. Moreover, Ling Han was not only a cultivation prodigy, but he also possessed incredible talent in alchemy. Thus, she naturally viewed him with increased respect. When viewing someone else, if one possessed a mindset of dislike, they would definitely see that person as more and more dislikable. Even if that person spoke beautiful words, one would feel that they were trying to please others with claptrap. However, once this impression was fixed, they would see that person in a completely different light. The latter would seem to be more and more likable. Otherwise, Liu Han definitely wouldn't have chuckled upon hearing Ling Han's words. Instead, she would have thought that he was putting on airs. "Brother Ling, your standards are truly so high," Liu Jie said with a shake of his head. He was clearly very speechless. Everyone sat down, and there were naturally servants bustling about to serve them with dish after dish of delicacies. A holy sun was hosting guests, so the quality of this banquet naturally wouldn't be low. The meat was celestial beast meat, and the wine was celestial medicine wine. Of course, the celestial beasts were only at the third or fourth severance, and the celestial wines only possessed a single leaf from celestial medicines. With how valuable celestial medicines were, they naturally couldn't add too much of it. Even so, everyone was still filled with delight as they enjoyed this sumptuous meal. If it weren't for embarrassment, they truly would shout for another serving. Liu Jie didn't speak during the meal, and only when everyone was almost finished eating did he say, "I invited everyone over for a very important matter." "Dare I ask, Holy Sun, what is this important matter?" someone naturally asked. Liu Jie pondered for a moment before saying, "A mystery realm of heaven and earth has appeared on the border between the calm peace heaven and our wide prosperity heaven. Inside this mystery realm is a source power of heaven and earth." "What?" Source power of heaven and earth. This instantly captured everyone's attention, and they all wore expressions of emotion and eagerness. Source powers of heaven and earth were of the celestial king tier. Upon obtaining one could be regarded as invincible among their own cultivation level. If they, the king tiers and emperor tiers, obtained one, their battle prowess would also elevate by an entire level. Perhaps king tiers would become emperor tiers, and perhaps emperor tiers would become monarch tiers. This source power of heaven and earth is called the fiery flame lightning strike wood. However, not only has our wide prosperity heaven received this news, but the calm peace heaven has also received this news. A celestial king has deduced that this mystery realm of heaven and earth will open in about 1 year from now. Meanwhile, the fiery flame lightning strike wood will also finish maturing at about the same time. It will become a genuine source power of heaven and earth, and it will be ready for harvest. However, only those at the severing mundane tier will be able to enter the mystery realm of heaven and earth. At that time, the severing mundane tier cultivators from the two heavens will definitely engage in an intense competition. Upon hearing this, many people wore expressions of disdain. The calm peace heaven? Are they worthy of competing with us? I've heard that the calm peace heaven doesn't even have a single monarch tier. Any random monarch tier from our heaven can completely obliterate them. That's right. At most, they'll only be heading over to enjoy the atmosphere. Only the monarch tiers from our wide prosperity heaven will be true competitors for this source power. In the recent several hundred million years, the wide prosperity heaven had suddenly experienced rapid growth. Not only did it shake off the title of weakest, but it even pulled further and further ahead of the calm peace heaven. It was showing signs of entering the low-mid quartile. Thus, the younger generation of the wide prosperity heaven was extremely proud and haughty. They believed that the calm peace heaven would only have a few king tiers at most. Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "Sorry, but I'm from the calm peace heaven." His words instantly rendered everyone speechless. How was this possible? A prodigy such as Ling Han was actually nurtured by the calm peace heaven. Brother Ling, you're so good at telling jokes. That's right. A prodigy such as Brother Ling is definitely the pride of our wide prosperity heaven. Many people immediately expressed their doubt. They all shook their heads. Ling Han couldn't be bothered refuting them, and he simply replied with a smile. Liu Jie hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No matter what, since our universal cloud sect is aware of this matter, we naturally have to give it our all to fight for the fiery flame lightning strike wood. The Holy Sun is right. We definitely have to win this source power of heaven and earth for Guanhua City." Many people shouted. Regardless of whether this was possible or not, they would naturally have to sing praises to the Holy Sun first. Liu Jie nodded and continued, "Source powers of heaven and earth won't necessarily follow one just because they're powerful. Source powers are celestial king-tier existences, so they naturally have their own requirements when seeking a master. Thus, our goal is to arrive before the source power of heaven and earth so that we can be considered by it. We only have one opportunity. If a source power of heaven and earth can't find a suitable master upon birth, it will escape through heaven and earth and vanish from this heaven. At that time, only a celestial king will be able to capture it. Thus, failure will signify that we have to wait for countless more years until a second opportunity appears. In the beginning, I planned on inviting 5 people to form a 7-star dazzling moon formation with my younger sister and me. That way we could increase our battle prowess. However, since Brother Ling has come, I believe that the 3 of us will be more than powerful enough to overcome any challenge. With a team of 3 monarch tiers, what challenges couldn't they overcome? Ling Han felt slightly apologetic and he said, "I'm genuinely from the calm peace heaven, so I can only politely turn down Brother Liu's kind proposal." Ha ha. Ling Han's words instantly elicited loud laughter from many people. They felt that Ling Han was hilarious. Ling Han was truly rendered speechless. Why did no one ever believe him when he spoke the truth? "Brother Ling, you genuinely don't want to team up with us?" Liu Jie asked with a serious expression. If it were just him and Liu Han, they wouldn't have much confidence in overcoming their competition. After all, the top 3 monarch tiers in the wide prosperity heaven were extremely freakish. Only with a team of 3 monarch tiers did he have enough confidence to rival the top monarch tiers in the wide prosperity heaven. However, this was simply rivaling, not defeating. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I've already stated my reason very clearly." Liu Jie was also doubtful about Ling Han's claim that he was from the calm peace heaven. After all, he held a deep-rooted belief that the calm peace heaven was an extremely weak heaven. Thus, he tried to persuade Ling Han again, saying, "Brother Ling, if you're afraid that we might conflict and develop animosity over the fiery flame lightning strike wood, then there's truly no need to worry. I've already said. The source power of heaven and earth will choose its own master, so we're simply fighting for an opportunity to arrive before this precious treasure so that we can be considered by it." His voice was filled with sincerity. Chapter 1949, Counterfeit. However, it was useless regardless of how sincere Liu Jie was. This was because Ling Han was truly from the calm peace heaven. In fact, in Ling Han's view, it was completely pointless to group people according to the wide prosperity heaven or the calm peace heaven. After all, the source power of heaven and earth would actively choose its own master. That being the case, why didn't everyone cooperate to arrive before the fiery flame lightning strike would? Wouldn't that be a better option? In any case, it would be useless regardless of how much they competed. However, it was a shame that no one would accept this proposal. This was a valuable treasure, so they naturally had to fight over it. Those who were powerful would make the rules. Liu Jie felt that this was a shame. However, Ling Han was insistent on rejecting his proposal, and he even persisted with the excuse of being from the calm peace heaven. This caused him to feel displeased and impatient, so he gave up on trying to persuade Ling Han any further. According to his original plan, he had to pick 5 Emperor tiers to team up with Lu Han and him. That way they could form the 7-star Dazzling Moon formation. This formation would most likely be strong enough to rival the top monarch tiers of the wide prosperity heaven. After picking 5 Emperor tiers, the banquet continued, and the conversation moved away from cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Han became more and more interested in Ling Han. There were few female monarch tiers, yet monarch tiers all had extremely high standards. They definitely wouldn't be willing to marry a man inferior to them. Thus, they would only have a very small pool of people to choose from. With her impression of Ling Han changed, Lu Han naturally felt that he was more and more likable. She wanted to become an intimate friend with him. Of course, being an intimate friend and lovers were 2 completely different matters. However, for a monarch tier such as herself, her lover would definitely have to begin as an intimate friend. Celestial Maiden Lu Han, I've heard that one can only have the right to chase after you if they defeat you? Someone asked as they saw Lu Han exchanging whispers with Ling Han. They were feeling extremely jealous. In any case, Lu Han had said this herself. If one couldn't defeat her, then they wouldn't have the right to chase after her. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to chase after Lu Han, he would need to defeat her first, no? A look of displeasure spread across Lu Han's face. Why was this person so annoying? At the same cultivation level, only few people in the world can defeat Celestial Maiden Lu. No wonder Celestial Maiden Lu is still single even though she's so stunningly beautiful. Many people were feeling extremely jealous, and they all spoke before Lu Han could say anything. They were intent on keeping Ling Han and Lu Han apart. Ling Han simply smiled and continued to drink wine. He had only been speaking to Lu Han because she had been asking him about celestial techniques. He had also become interested, so he exchanged a few more words with Lu Han. He had no other thoughts. These people, couldn't their minds be purer? Lu Han's expression darkened, and she suddenly blinked before revealing a beautiful smile. She turned to Ling Han and said, "Brother Ling, why don't you have a spar with me?" Ling Han rubbed his nose. He wasn't underestimating Lu Han, but with his current strength, Lu Han most likely didn't have the right to spar with him. This wouldn't be an equal battle, but instead a question of how many strikes she could block. "Sh*T, I'll spar with you," someone suddenly said. Ling Han looked over only to see a youth striding over. He looked to be around 17 or 18 and he was as handsome as could be. Ling Han had seen many handsome people before, yet the sum of them wasn't even 1/10 as handsome as this person. Moreover, this young man looked extremely androgynous. If he changed into female clothes, he would definitely become a stunning beauty who could intoxicate many people. Coincidentally, Ling Han had seen this person in female clothes before. This was no handsome young man. Instead, it was Huanian in disguise. With the skills of celestials, hiding one's Adam's apple and shrinking one's breasts was as easy as could be. If they wanted to disguise themselves, it would definitely be hard to see through them. Of course, this was unless one could examine them with origin power. At that time, they would be unable to conceal the true structure of their body. Sh*T? At least half of the people became enraged upon hearing this. This person actually dared to call Lu Han ugly sh*T? Didn't he know that she was the second most beautiful woman in the entire wide prosperity heaven? Only Shi Xiuwen, the holy daughter of the Black Flame sect, could suppress her in terms of beauty. If Lu Han was ugly sh*T, then would there still be any beautiful women in the world? However, upon seeing Huanian, this young man was truly as handsome as could be. Although men and women couldn't be compared, everyone reached the same conclusion when glancing between Huanian and Lu Han. That was, Huanian was far prettier than Lu Han. Lu Han furrowed her brows in anger. This person actually dared to call her ugly sh*T before Ling Han? She clenched her fists in anger. However, upon seeing Huanian, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She became slightly flustered and intoxicated. Both Huanian and the Empress were paramount beauties who could intoxicate the entire world. When disguised as men, they could similarly intoxicate all women. Lu Han's anger instantly vanished into thin air. Her heart thumped in her chest, and she could even feel a warm blush spreading across her face. She had never believed in love at first sight. She more so didn't view herself as someone who was attracted by outward appearances. Upon seeing Huanian, however, she couldn't stop her heart from fluttering. Regarding Ling Han, she only felt some slight admiration. Facing this young man, however, she truly loved him to death. She nodded and said, "Fine, let's spar." She gracefully walked over. Huanian glared at this ugly sh*t. She actually dared to seduce her Ling Han. She would definitely smash her into pieces so that she could never seduce Ling Han again. Xiu Xiu. The two of them leaped into the air, standing 300 meters away from each other. The more Lu Han looked at Huanian, the more her body became limp and heated. This young man didn't appear mighty and strong. However, he was far too handsome. His eyes were extremely lively and it was as if they could speak. Her heart fluttered and thumped against her chest. She decided that she would definitely let Huanian win, regardless of how strong or weak he was. She had uttered those words herself, so she definitely had to abide by them. However, who said that she couldn't lose on purpose? However, her expression instantly changed when she saw Huanian attack. So powerful. This wasn't a king tier or an emperor tier, but rather a monarch tier. Not only was she astonished, but everyone else was also stupefied. Monarch tiers were like lone stars above the highest of heavens. They were extremely few in number. Now, however, Ling Han had suddenly popped up, and now it was this handsome young man. Just what in the world was going on? Had monarch tiers become worthless? Even though the fortune of heaven and earth had undergone a transformation in the wide prosperity heaven, leading to a sharp rise in the number of prodigies, it still hadn't reached such an incredible stage, right? Lu Han hurriedly unleashed her full power to battle against Huanian. However, she immediately became flustered, and she fell into an absolute disadvantage. It was clear that Lu Han wasn't going easy on Huanian. However, Huanian was far too powerful. A pair of rock wings unfurled from her back, allowing her movements to be quicker than lightning. Meanwhile, there were large fish symbols on her arms, and these fish even had a single horn on their heads. They felt even nobler than divine dragons. Source Beast. Rock. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder this young man was so indescribably powerful. As it turned out, he possessed the bloodline of the rock, a king-tier source beast. In other words, he had practiced the celestial king techniques of the rock. According to rumors, king-tier celestial beasts were at least at the 8th heaven. More heaven-defying ones could even reach the 9th heaven and peer down on the entire celestial realm. Huanian became engrossed in the fight, and with a long cry, the projection of a large fish materialized behind her body. However, it had a pair of rock wings, and it was radiating with an aura of primordial nature. She was like a paramount being from the primordial ages, and it was as if she could suppress all matter from past to present. Boom. With a shudder, Lu Han was immediately sent flying. Her beautiful face became pale, and her hair also became slightly disheveled. A monarch tier was easily defeated just like that. Chapter 1950. Love at First Sight. Lu Han endured the boiling pain in her chest and said, "I've lost." She accepted this result wholeheartedly. Huanian felt extremely smug and she said, "Ugliest *t, you're mine in the future. You're not allowed to seduce any other men, do you understand?" She suddenly realized that just beating Lu Han up wasn't enough. After all, dying cinders might glow again, so this wasn't a comprehensive approach. However, what if Lu Han fell in love with a non-existent person? At that time, this ugly *t wouldn't try to seduce Ling Han anymore. She was truly very smart. A blush spread across Lu Han's face. By saying this, was he announcing his ownership over her? Just look, he was already becoming jealous and not wanting her to have any relationships with other men. His jealousy was astonishing, yet she also felt that it was incredibly adorable. Her entire body became soft and limp. She lowered her head and nodded in obedience. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. He had won over the second most beautiful woman in the wide prosperity heaven just like that. Holy fuck. Ling Han more so didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. He hadn't imagined that Huanian would ignore his words and not stay at home. Not only that, but she had actually disguised as a man to capture the hearts of beautiful women. "Friend, how should I refer to you?" Lu Jia asked with a smile. However, his mind was filled with shock. Another monarch tier had suddenly appeared. Moreover, he hadn't received any information about them beforehand. This left him extremely astonished. Not only that, but this young man was also frighteningly powerful. He had defeated Lu Han in just a few strikes, and this reminded him of the freaks in the wide prosperity heaven. Huanian shot a sideways glance at him before placing her hands on her hips, and saying, "What, are you interested in Nyo?" Fuck. Everyone was drenched in sweat upon hearing this. This demeanor, this tone. Which part of him seemed like a man? He was clearly like a mischievous young girl. Lu Jie involuntarily frowned and said, "Friend, are you a man or a woman?" "What's it to you?" Huanian glared at him and said, "I'm warning you, don't have any indecent thoughts." Lu Jie's frown became even deeper and he said, "Since you're a woman, why are you playing such a prank?" "Brother, what nonsense are you speaking?" Lu Han immediately chided. Her face was filled with anger and she said, "How can he be a woman?" Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. Had she gone blind? It was as clear as day that she was a female. Yet she was still deeply attracted to her. "Little sister, wake up. Look carefully, which part of her seems like a man?" Lu Jie said in a frantic voice. Lu Han glanced at Huanian, and she only felt like his handsomeness was making her heart flutter. Although he was slightly feminine, this was because of his androgynous nature. How was he a woman? These men were simply jealous. Just look at them. Which one of them was even 1/10 as handsome as this handsome young man? Huanian became even more smug and she said, "Girl, you're mine in the future." Ling Han shook his head and said, "Huanian, enough with the nonsense." Huanian didn't so much as glance at him and she shouted, "Huanian? Who's Huanian? Don't utter such nonsense." Everyone face-bombed upon hearing this. She had just been referring to herself as Nyo just then, so Huanian was almost certainly her name. Her futile denial was far too obvious. "Come on, don't misbehave," Ling Han said in a gentle voice. He had a habit of treating Huanian like a mischievous glutton. However, Huanian was extremely determined this time. If she saw someone as a threat, she would immediately rush over to capture their hearts first. That way Ling Han would be safe. As expected of Nyo. She was far too smart. She continued to ignore Ling Han, and she gestured for Lu Han to come over. The stunning beauty was extremely shy as she walked over. The two of them walked side by side, with one of them breathtakingly handsome and one of them as beautiful as a flower. At a glance, they were like a match made in heaven. "Brother Ling, is this person your friend?" Lu Jie asked. Ling Han rubbed his nose and nodded in confirmation. He was speechless at Huanian's actions. "Brother Ling, only you can resolve this situation," Lu Jie said. He was extremely good at offloading responsibility, and he directly kicked the ball into Ling Han's court. The banquet continued, yet no one's mind was on proper matters anymore. They were all glancing at Huanian and Lu Han. One was wearing an expression of impatience, while the other was wearing an expression of shyness. There was also an expression of love and fondness in the latter's eyes, and it was clear that she had fallen deeply in love. Love at first sight was truly a dangerous matter. Mo Shuang shuffled over with a gossipy expression and asked, "Brother Ling, is that your wife?" Ling Han glanced at him and didn't reply. "Then what should I do?" Mo Shuang asked with a pained expression. Not long ago, Ling Han had still said that he would help him pick up some girls. Now, however, Ling Han's own woman had picked up some girls. Just what in the world was this? "Just forget about it," Ling Han replied. Huanian was determined to see this through, so there was nothing he could do about it either. "However, we still reaped great rewards today," Mo Shuang said with an excited expression. After all, Lu Han only represented an impossible dream. He also knew that it was impossible for him to win her over, so he didn't feel disappointed for too long. "How much did we make?" Ling Han asked. His eyes also lit up. "In terms of starstones alone, we made almost 7 million. In addition to this, we also obtained a large amount of pseudo-divine metal and a large number of alchemical pills. In total, they're worth more than 20 million. Mo Shuang replied in a quiet voice. Technically speaking, 20 million wasn't a huge amount for ascending origin tier forces. However, two measly severing mundane tier cultivators earning so much in a single day. This was an astounding number. Even though Mo Shuang had experienced many grand things before, he still couldn't help but be beside himself with excitement. Ling Han nodded and said, "We'll split it 50 to 50. "How can we do that?" Mo Shuang hurriedly shook his head and said, "Brother Ling, are you looking down on me? I essentially did nothing, and it was all thanks to Brother Ling's astounding alchemical talent that we earned so much. I can only take 30% at most." "Fine," Ling Han said. He didn't insist on his original proposal. However, Mo Shuang had done much more than he gave himself credit for. If it weren't for his status as the seventh of the Mo clan, who would have proposed a gamble with Ling Han? Thus, giving him 30% wasn't much. When the banquet concluded, Ling Han followed Qindong and Ma Yong to visit Zhu Feng. Using a transfer formation, they covered countless kilometers and arrived beneath a towering mountain. This mountain was like an azure mountain from the paintings, with limpid waters flowing in its midst. The surrounding scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. They ventured along the mountain path, and it wasn't long before they arrived in front of a large courtyard. Ling Han immediately hummed in surprise. This was because this courtyard looked far too similar to alchemist Zicheng's residence. After entering, this feeling only became stronger. Even without Ma Yong and Qindong's guidance, Ling Han could have definitely located the alchemy room, the main hall, the left and right garden, and the medicine garden. By the looks of it, this third senior brother still hadn't walked out from Grandmaster Zicheng's shadows. Even the layout of his residence was heavily influenced by that of Grandmaster Zicheng's. Of course, this could also be viewed as Zhu Feng reminiscing the past. Perhaps he couldn't forget his experiences with Grandmaster Zicheng. It wasn't long before the three of them arrived at the guest hall. Ling Han looked over only to see a middle-aged man sitting on the central seat. His eyebrows were thick and his eyes were large. However, his hair was already all white. This appeared extremely conflicting with the rest of his features. The middle-aged man laughed heartily upon seeing Ling Han, and said, "Junior brother." With a single glance, Ling Han could already tell that this was Zhu Feng. It was clear that he wasn't an imposter. Genuine grandmasters would all possess an indescribable aura. The greater their skill in alchemy, the more obvious this aura would become. Ling Han also wore a wide smile as he strode over and said, "Third senior brother." When he arrived before Zhu Feng, he bowed deeply and said, "Ling Han pays respects to third senior brother." "No need for such formalities," Zhu Feng said as he helped Ling Han up. He didn't wait for Ling Han to bow even further. "I received Master's message saying that he accepted a new junior brother for the three of us just then. I was still thinking what this third junior brother looked like. Now, I finally have the chance to see you today." He turned around and said, "Zijuan, are you not going to kneel and apologize to your senior uncle?" Chapter 1951. Punishment. There were two other people in the hall. One was Zhu Zijuan, and the other was Peng Huanian. Zhu Zijuan's expression immediately changed upon hearing this, and he said in stubbornness, "Grandpa, I didn't do anything wrong." Zhu Feng flared up in rage and he roared, "Brat, you disrespected your senior, yet you're still saying that you did no wrong." Zhu Zijuan gritted his teeth and said, "But my original intent wasn't wrong. I was just furious that someone dared to impersonate Grandpa's junior brother. Those who are unknowing can't be guilty, so I don't think that I did anything wrong." "Oh? Then did I also teach you to steal and swap out other people's alchemical pills? Did I teach you to cheat others?" Zhu Feng asked. Even his hair was billowing in fury, and his gaze was as intense as could be. He was an ascending origin tier elite, so Zhu Zijuan naturally couldn't withstand his might. With a thud, he had already fallen to his knees. He couldn't help but tremble. Ling Han didn't persuade Zhu Feng to stop. After all, regardless of how talented Zhu Zijuan was in alchemy, if his personality wasn't set straight, things would never change. If he practiced cultivation, he would only end up hurting others. If he practiced alchemy, he would only end up aiding evil forces. Neither of these was a good result. If Zhu Zijuan had been Ling Han's disciple or future generation disciple, he would have already expelled him for good. However, Zhu Feng was only his senior brother in name, so he naturally couldn't extend his reach too far. Zhu Zijuan went extremely pale. He could make excuses for everything else, but he naturally couldn't make any excuse for swapping Ling Han's pill out. He had ordered this, and Ran Fei and Shi Xiuwen had already made a confession. He didn't even have the chance to find a sacrificial lamb. "From a young age, you already displayed extreme talent in alchemy. By the looks of it, my hopes in you were too high, and I ended up forgetting to teach you how to be a proper person," Zhu Feng said with a shake of his head. He wore a pained expression on his face. He paused for a brief moment before continuing, "As punishment, I forbid you from using the Zhu surname for 100 million years. Moreover, you're not allowed to mention that you're an alchemist from the Zicheng branch. You can travel the world as an ordinary person." "Grandpa." Zhu Zijuan shouted. He almost jumped up upon hearing this. He was the most brilliant descendant of the Zhu clan, yet he was actually being sent into exile now? How could he accept this? Zhu Feng's gaze became sharp and he said in a baleful voice, "Perhaps you want me to cripple your cultivation and banish you from the Zhu clan forever." Zhu Zijuan's face became as white as a sheet. He knew that his grandfather had already made up his mind. He could only slowly make his way up from the bottom again. He started to leave the hall, and each of his steps was extremely heavy. It was as if his legs had been filled with lead. He looked much like an old and ailing candle guttering in the wind. He was filled with disappointment and dejection. Zhu Feng's heart softened, and he almost called out to retract his command. In the end, however, he kept his lips tightly shut. Ling Han saw this and he could only sigh in his mind. It looked like Zhu Feng was punishing Zhu Zijuan, but he was more so giving Zhu Zijuan some challenges through which he could improve himself. Zhu Zijuan was already talented enough in alchemy. However, alchemy required more than just one's hands. It also required one's mind and heart. He hoped that Zhu Zijuan could understand his grandfather's earnest care. If he could comprehend this within 100 million years, his future would definitely be bright and limitless. Otherwise, a petty and narrow-minded person couldn't walk far in either cultivation or alchemy. On the side, Peng Huanian was also trembling slightly. Even Zhu Zijuan, Zhu Feng's grandson, had suffered such severe punishment. Thus, as he was a disciple, his situation was even more perilous. Huanian. Sure enough, Zhu Feng glanced over after dealing with Zhu Zijuan. Peng Huanian hurriedly shuffled over and said with utmost respect, "Master." "You've also disappointed me greatly," Zhu Feng said with a shake of his head. Peng Huanian fell to his knees in fright and said, "This disciple acknowledges his wrongdoings. Master, please give me an opportunity to reform myself." "Where did you do wrong?" Zhu Feng asked. Peng Huanian pondered for a moment before answering, "I was too arrogant and haughty before, and I viewed everyone else with contempt because I was a 3-star alchemist and also the disciple of a grandmaster. I got too far ahead of myself." Zhu Feng nodded and said, "What hurts me most is that not only were you wildly arrogant, but even your disciples were the same. This is a clear reflection of just how haughty and arrogant you've become." Peng Huanian kowtowed and said, "I understand my mistakes. You can leave now. As your punishment, refine 1,000 cauldrons of alchemical pills. During this time you're not allowed to take a single step out of this place. I hope you can focus all of your attention on alchemy," Zhu Feng said. "This disciple understands," Peng Huanian said. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though refining 1,000 cauldrons of alchemical pills would take an exorbitant amount of time, at the very least, he hadn't been expelled. This allowed him to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Zhu Feng waved his hand to dismiss Peng Huanian. He then turned to Ling Han and said, "Sorry for making you witness this embarrassment." "No, don't say that. Third senior brother has focused all of his attention on alchemy, so it's difficult to avoid such situations," Ling Han said. Zhu Feng laughed and said, "Let's not talk about these depressing matters. Is Master still doing well?" "He's doing amazing. He's raking in money every day, and even his hands are starting to cramp from counting money," Ling Han said with a chuckle. Zhu Feng couldn't help but grin upon hearing this. Grandmaster Zicheng was good at everything, yet he was far too attracted to money. No matter what it was, he would always try to think of a way to make money with it. The two of them chit-chat for a moment before Ling Han took his leave. Because he had already become accustomed to living at the Mo clan, he politely declined Zhu Feng's offer to stay at his place. In any case, Zhu Feng's grand celebration was in 3 days, so he would leave for the Three Blooms Valley after the celebration concluded. Upon arriving at the Mo clan, Mo Shuang had already collected all of Ling Han's winnings for him. He had placed them into several spatial god tools, and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was currently checking over them in delight. She was much like a female housekeeper. Ling Han couldn't see Huanian anywhere, so he couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Where's Huanian?" "Don't mention it." When she returned earlier, there was even a woman following behind her, insisting that Huanian head over to propose marriage. As a result, Huanian ran off again, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said with a strange expression. "Say, were women this open nowadays? They were even willing to marry other women?" Ling Han faltered upon hearing this. He then shook his head. He hadn't imagined that Lu Han would be so deeply intoxicated by Huanian. She wasn't even suspecting Huanian's gender. Night fell and Huanian finally returned. So how did you deal with her? Ling Han asked with a chuckle. Huanian pouted and said, that was no fun at all. I'm definitely not doing that again in the future. She had initially thought that Lu Han would stop pestering Ling Han if she captured the other's heart first. In the end, however, she had become the one being pestered. It would be far easier to simply shoo them away from Ling Han. You told her that you're female? Huanian nodded and said, I told her. Ling Han also nodded. Since Huanian had personally admitted to being a woman, Lu Han would most likely put this awkward episode of misplaced love behind her. Even though Lu Han would be angry and embarrassed for a while, this was still far better than continuing with the misplaced love. In the following few days, Ling Han kept an extremely low profile. After all, there was no one else for him to screw over. He exchanged all of his star stones for level 20 godly metal, yet this still wasn't enough to raise his divine demon sword to the 4th star. It was still a sliver away from reaching this level. The day for Zhu Feng's grand celebration finally arrived. There was a sea of guests, and even ascending origin tier forces had dispatched their grand elders to congratulate Zhu Feng. In fact, even the Universal Cloud Celestial King had specially sent Lu Jie over to represent him in congratulating Zhu Feng. Ling Han brought the Empress, Huanian, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and Bewitching Maiden Row over. With a handsome man and 3 beautiful women, they were naturally very eye-catching. However, on a day like this, even profligate and haughty people didn't dare to cause any trouble. At the most, they would only steal a few extra glances. Is this Uncle Ling? Someone suddenly asked in a sarcastic voice. Ling Han looked over only to see a young man walking over. As this young man gazed at him, an expression of ridicule spread across his face. Chapter 1952, Asking for Advice. Ling Han simply glanced at him and didn't say anything. This was his way of showing disdain. He couldn't even be bothered replying. The young man was angered. He raised his voice and sarcastically said, I'm Lu Xing, the 9th disciple of Xiao Lixing, Grandmaster Xiao. My respects to 4th uncle. 4th uncle, you're not so arrogant that you'll ignore your own juniors, right? Xiao Lixing was the 2nd disciple of Grandmaster Zicheng. At that time he had left for the distant Dispelling Cloud Heaven, and right now he had already become a renowned Grandmaster there. He had been invited as an esteemed guest to the Return to Origin Palace, and his status was now extremely transcendent. Thus, this Lu Xing was naturally Ling Han's junior nephew. The 3 disciples of Grandmaster Zicheng had always enjoyed a close relationship, so their disciples would also frequently mingle with each other. Because Lu Xing was close in age to Zhu Zijuan, and because their personalities were similar, they had naturally become very good friends. They weren't distant with each other because of their difference in seniority. Lu Xing had come here representing Xiao Lixing to congratulate Zhu Zijuan. Because he had been caught up with some matters while traveling here, he had only arrived during dawn today. He had initially wanted to seek Zhu Zijuan to chit-chat and pick up girls, yet he discovered that Zhu Zijuan had already left Guanhua City. This had astonished him greatly. Even if Zhu Zijuan needed to leave, he should have done so after the conclusion of the celebration, right? Only afterward did he learn of the reason why. As it turned out, Zhu Zijuan hadn't wanted to leave himself. Instead, he had been forced away by someone. The perpetrator in question was none other than Ling Han, his new and unexpected 4th uncle. Just who in the world was this person? A stupid brat wanted to become his senior uncle? Lu Xing was a prodigy in cultivation, so even though he was still young, he was still referred to as uncle, senior uncle, or even ancestral uncle by many older alchemists. This was something that he had always been proud of and smug about. However, who would have thought that he would one day need to refer to a younger person as 4th uncle? He was extremely displeased about this. Moreover, he was also feeling extremely angry for his friend. Thus, Lu Xing especially walked over to obstruct Ling Han. As a junior, he naturally didn't dare to curse and slander Ling Han. However, he naturally had other methods to humiliate him. Upon hearing this, Ling Han took an extra glance at Lu Xing and said, no need for such formalities. Fuck. I never paid my respects to you at all. What do you mean no need for such formalities? Lu Xing gasped in his mind. No wonder Zhu Zijuan had been forced to leave by him. Just look at Ling Han. His tongue was already so toxic, so his heart was definitely rotten to the core. 4th uncle is truly successful for his young age. By the looks of it, fourth uncle is no older than 100,000 years old, am I right? An artificial smile spread across his face as he purposefully flattered Ling Han. The more he flattered Ling Han, the more painful his fall from grace would be. According to the normal flow of time, Ling Han was only around 200 years old. Cultivating under the reincarnation tree wouldn't age his physical body. However, after entering the time cultivation chambers, the Black Tower could also accelerate time by 1,000-fold. Thus, his true age right now was already in excess of 10,000 years. This was reflected in his flame of life. Although it was still raging and extremely lively, one could still discern the marks left by time. Of course, in the celestial realm, 10,000 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye. The age of elites was often calculated in tens of billions of years or even hundreds of billions of years. Huanian glared at Liu Xing and said, "Oi, your smile is so fake. I urge you to stop smiling. Otherwise, Nyo will smash you into smithereens." She still maintained her innocent nature, and she was as naive and innocent as a child. Of course, this was apart from wanting to have children with Ling Han. Thus, she would directly speak her mind whenever she came across something that she didn't like. She wouldn't hide her emotions and she more so wouldn't feign politeness. Liu Xing involuntarily faltered upon hearing this. Huanian's aura was far too overwhelming, and just her glare alone was enough to make his hair stand on ends. He almost wet his pants in fright. He was a prodigy in alchemy, but he didn't have any talent in cultivation. He wasn't even a king tier. Thus, how could he possibly withstand Huanian's aura? After regaining his composure, he purposefully raised his voice and said, "I've admired fourth uncle for a long time, so I want to seek some advice from fourth uncle regarding some difficult problems in alchemy." Since they were conversing in a corner, others wouldn't have noticed them before. However, by raising his voice, Liu Xing instantly attracted the attention of many people. Zhu Feng was a 4-star grandmaster. Although the holy land of alchemy in the eastern celestial realm was Alchemy City, this didn't imply that there weren't alchemists in other places. On the contrary, each place would have its own alchemists. It was just that 99% of these alchemists belonged to Alchemy City. Only very few of them were independent. For example, Zhu Feng resided in Guanhua City. First of all, he could receive protection from the Universal Cloud's Celestial King. Second of all, it was comparatively easier to obtain celestial medicines in a Celestial King tier force. Thus, this kind of celebration was more enticing to alchemists. In the eyes of alchemists, advancing from the 5th refinement to the 6th refinement was a glorious achievement to be worshipped. Anyhow, who was Liu Xing? Many people recognized him. He was an outstanding disciple of Xiao Lixing. Even though he hadn't practiced alchemy for many years, he had already advanced to become a 2-star alchemist. He had more so reached the 3rd spirit refinement, so he definitely had a huge chance to become an alchemy grandmaster in the future. Even Liu Xing had to refer to this person as uncle, so didn't this imply that he was a 4-star grandmaster? They definitely had to seize this opportunity to admire this grandmaster. However, when they looked over, they didn't see anyone who looked like a grandmaster. Apart from Liu Xing, there was another young man as well as 4 young women. Apart from being handsome and beautiful, neither of them looked like a 4-star grandmaster. However, those 4 women were truly very beautiful. Their beauty was about to melt everyone's heart. Right now, Liu Xing was looking at that young man. Gasp. That young man is actually Liu Xing's senior uncle? Is that even possible? Ling Han gazed at Liu Xing, only to see a hint of disdain in his eyes. He instantly understood that seeking advice was only an excuse. In reality, Liu Xing wanted to force him into a difficult situation. As a junior, he could naturally seek advice from his senior. However, this was also dependent on the situation, no? Moreover, a junior couldn't force their seniors to answer their questions. Whether or not the seniors answered was completely up to them. However, Liu Xing had purposefully raised his voice and attracted the attention of many people. If Ling Han refuted him now, it was inevitable that he would tarnish his reputation. This only seemed like a small matter, yet it was a clear reflection of Liu Xing's malicious intentions. "Fourth uncle, you're not afraid, are you?" Liu Xing asked. He laid another trap, preventing Ling Han from retreating. He was feeling extremely smug in his mind. "You dared to bully my brother, so just see how I dispose of you. Moreover, I'm doing everything within the rules, so who can accuse me of anything?" Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Seniors naturally have a responsibility to explain difficult questions to juniors. What don't you understand? Ask away." This is child's play. Do you think you can stump me just because I'm a 2-star alchemist at the 3rd refinement? Quite the contrary. Ling Han possessed a reincarnation tree, so his theoretical knowledge was extremely vast and rich. He was simply lacking in practical experience. Lu Xing's smile grew even wider, and he said, I've been refining the 4 forms bone transformation pill recently, and I'm slightly confused about the proportions of ingredients and how they should be used together. Can 4th uncle please explain this for me? Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. Just how many alchemical pills existed in the world? In fact, even 4-star grandmasters could only refine a relatively small percentage of alchemical pills. This was because mastering a new alchemical pill would take far too much time. Ling Han was so young, and it was likely that he hadn't even become a 2-star alchemist yet. Right now, however, Lu Xing was actually asking him about a 3-star alchemical pill. Wasn't he purposefully putting Ling Han in a difficult spot? Anyhow, Lu Xing's question about proportions was still okay. As long as one had read over the pill recipe before, this shouldn't be a problem. The memory of Celestials was naturally very good. However, to explain the details of how each ingredient should be used together, this was far too difficult. If one hadn't mastered the pill recipe, how could they explain this? Chapter 1953, Bring me tea, massage my back. Everyone turned their gaze to Ling Han. They were waiting to see how he would reply. If everything went as they expected, he would go beet red in the face and then stomp off in anger and embarrassment. However, Ling Han's expression remained calm and composed. At the same time, he couldn't help but muse at this coincidence in his mind. This was because he had also started to investigate 3-star alchemical pills recently. He was investigating 5 in total, and one of them was none other than the 4 forms bone transformation pill. You've gifted this to me on a platter. Ling Han purposefully pondered for a moment, and it was as if he were racking his brains for an answer. 4th uncle, it can't be that you don't even know about the 4 forms bone transformation pill, right? Lu Xing immediately said. This was a vicious blow. Now hurry up and scurry off. Ling Han smiled calmly before finding a seat and saying, before asking your seniors for advice, shouldn't you offer them some tea? TSK. You're even putting on airs now. Lu Xing chuckled coldly in his mind. In his eyes, Ling Han was trying to put him in a difficult spot instead. His intention was to wriggle free from his difficult situation. This was called defending by attacking. You have some skills. However, it's a shame that you've already fallen into my trap. How can I let you jump out? Yes. Lu Xing answered with an expression of respect. He commanded the servants in the room to pour some tea, which he then brought forward for Ling Han. He appeared as respectful as could be. See? My performance is flawless and there's nothing you can complain about. More and more people gathered in the surroundings. Some were simply here to see a show, while others were here because they were curious about Ling Han. They wanted to see if he was genuinely a skilled alchemist. After all, he was Xiao Lixing's junior brother, so he couldn't be underestimated. Ling Han crossed his legs before reaching forward with his right hand. Veins bulged on Lu Xing's forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth and bowed down as he placed the cup of tea in Ling Han's hand. I'll let you be smug for now. In a moment I'll see how you cry. Ling Han started to slowly sip the tea. By doing this, he wasn't necessarily trying to mock Lu Xing. Instead, he was also recalling the refinement technique of the 4 forms bone transformation pill in his mind. This was a process of carefully thinking over the problem. After all, he had also just started to learn about this alchemical pill. His understanding of it was astonishing, yet he was still relatively lacking in practical experience. Regarding some detailed problems, he genuinely had to refine the alchemical pill himself before he could get a solid grasp on them. He was the alchemy emperor, so after pondering over this question for a moment, he was already confident that he could give a satisfactory answer. However, he still continued to slowly sip his tea in a leisurely manner. In fact, he appeared so relaxed that many people wanted to punch him. Others might not know, but Lu Xing was definitely feeling extremely frustrated at this moment. Ling Han was definitely doing this on purpose. He was forcing him to bow and nod like an obedient servant. To say nothing of the bulging veins on Lu Xing's forehead, even the surrounding onlookers were starting to become impatient. You're just drinking tea, so is there really any need to blow it 10 times before each sip? Will the tea burn you to death if you blow it fewer times? You're a severing mundane tier cultivator. If you're truly burnt by tea, then won't that be a massive joke? I'll endure this, I'll endure this, I'll endure this. Lu Xing continued to repeat in his mind. As long as he endured this, it would soon be time for Ling Han to make a fool of himself. However, he hadn't expected Ling Han's counterattack to be so precise and ruthless. He had forced him to act like a servant in public. This was far too embarrassing. However, now that it had already come to this, he was naturally even more unwilling to give up. He could only grit his teeth and persist. After a long while, Ling Han finally finished drinking his tea. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding onlookers also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Han was far too good at building up suspense. Ling Han handed the empty cup to Lu Xing, and Lu Xing naturally accepted it with respect. He then said, "Fourth uncle. My back is feeling a bit tight, help me massage it." Fuck. Lu Xing felt a strong urge to kill someone. Flames were about to erupt from his eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to console himself, telling himself that he couldn't abandon all of his previous hard work. Otherwise he would truly become a servant for nothing. He walked behind Ling Han. Thump, thump, thump. He started to massage Ling Han's back. The Empress, Huanian, and the others were all wearing faint smiles. This person actually dared to challenge Ling Han? Didn't he know that Ling Han had been trained by the large black dog? Lu Xing was truly starting to feel some slight regret now. He had yet to humiliate Ling Han, and yet he was already being toyed around with. He was genuinely worried about whether his heart could take this any longer. However, he had already reached such a point, so how could he give up halfway? He forcefully suppressed the flames of raging fury in his heart. He was eagerly awaiting the time when Ling Han finally made a complete fool of himself. This was also the motivation that allowed him to endure this humiliation before so many people. Go on. Continue with your arrogance. After massaging Ling Han's back for a long time, Lu Xing forcefully suppressed his anger and asked, "Fourth uncle, are you satisfied now?" "My legs," Ling Han said in a relaxed voice. "Fuck your mom." "Don't need massaging," Ling Han continued. Lu Xing almost choked upon hearing this. "If you don't need it, then you don't need it. What's the point of specially mentioning it? Are you trying to frighten me to death?" "Then fourth uncle, can you answer my question now?" he asked in a respectful voice. However, he was actually gritting his teeth in anger. Ling Han coughed and said, "My throat seems to be slightly parched again." Lu Xing's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. His fists were clenched and he could barely stop himself from punching Ling Han in the face. Ling Han looked as detestable as could be. "Forget about it. You've also worked very hard," Ling Han said. Lu Xing finally regained some composure upon hearing this. If Ling Han had truly ordered him to bring another cup of tea over, he would have definitely jumped up in arms. "Okay, let's talk about the refinement of the four forms bone transformation pill now," Ling Han said with a smile. He stopped toying around with Lu Xing. In his eyes, this was only a mini-game before the grand celebration. He would use it to pass some time. His expression became solemn and he started to explain the refinement process. In the beginning, everyone was looking on with a faint smile. They were treating this as nothing more than a show. However, as time went on, their expressions gradually became serious. Ling Han explained profound concepts in simple and understandable terms, and his explanation of the refinement process of the four forms bone transformation pill was extremely in-depth and engrossing. Everyone nodded as they listened to him, and they felt as if they could immediately succeed in refining the four forms bone transformation pill if they were to try. Even Lu Xing's heart started to thump in excitement. Even though he had asked this question to screw with Ling Han, he did indeed have many confusions about refining the four forms bone transformation pill. Right now, however, all of his questions were being answered by Ling Han. Ling Han continued to speak, and everyone's expression continued to become increasingly earnest. This was because Ling Han's explanation had already exceeded the realm of simply talking about the four forms bone transformation pill. Indeed, he was already starting to explain other domains of alchemy. He was talking about the entirety of alchemy. Ling Han still had yet to become a grandmaster in alchemy. At most, he could only be considered as a small fry. However, he had already incorporated his own understandings while learning spirit refinement, and this had allowed him to forge his own path. Even though this path was still in its infancy, its foundation was much stronger than what most other people possessed. Right now he was expounding these most fundamental principles. Everyone understood the fundamentals. However, few people could gain a deep and comprehensive understanding of them. Hurry, come over here, there's a grandmaster explaining alchemy. Brother Fan, hurry up and come here. Otherwise you'll regret this forever. Lin Xian. Hurry up and call your senior brothers and junior brothers over. The surrounding alchemists hurriedly retrieved their transmission devices to call their friends and disciples over. To alchemists, this was definitely a grand gathering that they couldn't miss. This was an incredible opportunity for them to elevate their skills and understanding of alchemy. This was because most alchemists didn't need to learn about difficult or profound concepts of alchemy. Instead, they would see bigger improvements by simply reinforcing the fundamentals. Thus, more and more people gathered in the surroundings, causing the small area to become so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Chapter 1954, Revered by Everyone. Some people were unaware of this situation, so they couldn't help but falter upon walking over. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Cultivators naturally had no interest in alchemy. They couldn't understand Ling Han's utterances either. Thus they would immediately turn around and leave. However, it was a completely different story for alchemists. They were immediately engrossed by Ling Han's explanations, and they would involuntarily sit down to carefully listen to his remarks. This was a very strange scene. There was clearly a sea of people, yet the surroundings were especially quiet and tranquil. Apart from Ling Han's voice, no one else made any sound. They all wore expressions of respect and reverence as they fervently gazed at Ling Han. It was as if they were worshipping a divine deity. In some sense, Ling Han was indeed a god in alchemy. Only when the grand ceremony was about to begin did Ling Han finally conclude his explanation. Everyone stood up with an expression of yearning. Regardless of who it was, they all bowed deeply to Ling Han. Even three-star alchemists were no exception. In terms of grasping the fundamentals, Ling Han's understanding had already exceeded that of most three-star alchemists. Thus, even three-star alchemists had learned a lot by listening to his explanations. As such, they couldn't help but pay Ling Han their highest respects. They were convinced that Ling Han would definitely become a grandmaster in the future. In fact, he might even create history and fill the gap in alchemy in the Eastern Celestial Realm. He might become the first five-star alchemist in 100 billion years. They couldn't help but go numb with excitement upon thinking of this. Perhaps today's gathering would also be recorded in history forever, representing Ling Han's initial rise in the Celestial Realm. Lu Xing was left wide-eyed with shock and disbelief. He had come here to humiliate Ling Han, yet after half a day he had instead given Ling Han a chance to gain fame and renown. Just look. Just how popular and reputable was Ling Han now? Just how foolish had Lu Xing been? Just how incredibly foolish had he been? It was actually he who had pushed Ling Han onto this divine pedestal. He was so vexed that his mouth was about to go crooked. Pah! At this moment he suddenly felt a heavy weight landing on his shoulder. He looked over only to see a hand. Live an honest life and focus more of your attention on alchemy. Cultivate your heart and learn to be a decent person, Ling Han said. This was a piece of advice from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a petty person. Lu Xing was already working toward becoming a three-star alchemist at such a young age, and this was something that was worthy of praise. Thus, he advised Lu Xing to cultivate his heart and personality now. Otherwise, if Lu Xing hadn't been so talented, he wouldn't have even wasted his breath. He would have directly pummeled Lu Xing into smithereens. Lu Xing flushed red with embarrassment, and he didn't dare to look Ling Han in the eyes. Ling Han patted Lu Xing's shoulders again before confidently striding away. He didn't pay any more attention to him. Grandmaster Ling. Grandmaster Ling. Wherever Ling Han passed, the surrounding alchemists would all look over and greet him with a sincere smile. Even though Ling Han was still very far away from becoming a grandmaster, his explanations just then had elicited a strong feeling of respect from everyone. He was a selfless person, and he had shared his understanding of alchemy with everyone else. He had allowed all of them to reap huge benefits. Zhu Feng's two senior brothers had also personally come to congratulate him on reaching the sixth refinement. They pulled Ling Han over to chit-chat with him, mainly asking about how Grandmaster Zicheng was currently doing. Among Ling Han's three senior brothers, the older they were, the smaller their achievements in alchemy. For example, even though both his first senior brother and second senior brother were four-star alchemists, They had only mastered the 5th spirit refinement, and had just barely entered the realm of grandmasters. Zhang Ning, Ling Han's first senior brother, most likely wouldn't be able to reach the 6th refinement. Meanwhile, Xiao Lixing, his second senior brother, still had a sliver of hope. However, it was actually Zhu Feng, his third senior brother, who had successfully taken this step first. He had already mastered the 6th refinement. Ling Han chit-chat with his 3 senior brothers for a long time. Afterward, Zhang Ning and Xiao Lixing both invited Ling Han to their residences. Ling Han happily accepted their invitations. However, regarding when he would visit them, this was hard to say. After all, he was also a very busy person. The grand celebration continued for 5 entire days. When it concluded, Ling Han hurriedly set off again, with his destination being the Three Blooms Valley. Strictly speaking, the Three Blooms Valley belonged inside the territory of the Compice Heaven. However, wherever there were borders, there were naturally conflicts over claims. Moreover, the Three Blooms Valley was on the outer edge of the Compice Heaven, so it was only natural that it was disputed by the bordering heaven. Otherwise, the Celestial King of the Wide Prosperity Heaven wouldn't have accidentally discovered the Three Blooms Valley and the fiery flame lightning strike would. Ling Han and the others set off, and bewitching Maiden Ro continued to shamelessly travel with them. This caused Huanian to continually glare at her. How could there be such a shameless person? If it weren't for the Empress stopping her, she would truly want to pummel bewitching Maiden Ro into a pig head. She would then toss her as far away as she could. Under Huanian's disdain, the group of them traversed through mountains and waters for almost 3 months. Only then did they finally exit the Wide Prosperity Heaven and return to the Compice Heaven. They then continued westward for another month before finally arriving at the Three Blooms Valley. Is this truly a valley? Ling Han gazed at the swarming clouds and mists before him. This valley was as vast as a sea, and there was simply no end in sight. The clouds and mists were like the waves of the sea, slightly undulating as they flowed. This was a magnificent sight. Among this vast sea, one could see 3 distinct mountain peaks. They looked much like 3 blooming petals, and it was from this that the Three Blooms Valley had received its name. Boom! A wave suddenly crashed over from the distance. This was a gust of wind. Upon wrapping around a cloud, it formed a peculiar and spectacular spectacle. However, the expressions of Ling Han and the others involuntarily changed. This gust of wind was far too terrifying. There were symbols of the great Tao swarming inside it, with each of them being paramount and profound. These were symbols that could easily shatter the heavens. Celestial King symbols, they all exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King had said that even Celestial Kings couldn't forcefully obtain the rare opportunity of this place. Just a simple gust of wind was already like the frenzied attack of a Celestial King. Even an ascending origin tier elite would instantly die upon coming into contact with such a gust of wind. As for Celestial Kings, they wouldn't know which heaven these gusts of wind were equivalent to. In any case, only 9th heaven Celestial Kings could laugh before the might of heaven and earth and peer down on all matter. Only they could enjoy equal standing with the Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Han and the others attempted to enter the valley, yet symbols of the great Tao would flash into appearance from time to time. These symbols were powerful enough to obliterate all matter, so Ling Han and the others naturally didn't dare to recklessly push forward. Right now, no one could enter this valley. Celestial Kings could most likely enter this valley, but they definitely couldn't venture into its depths either. The will of heaven and earth was transcendent above all matter. According to rumors, there were very specific ways to enter this valley. One couldn't find any random place to jump down. There were petrifying regulations of gravity here, and the bottom of the valley was more so filled with a forest of razor-sharp stones that was imbued with the symbols of the great Tao. If one were impaled, they would instantly die on the spot. Even a physique as freakish as Ling Han's would be useless. Thus, they definitely had to find the correct entrance. Only by following this path could they safely arrive at the bottom of the valley. At that time they could then look for the fiery flame lightning strike wood. After walking around for several days, Ling Han and the others finally found the correct entrance. At this moment, many people had already arrived before this entrance. Some of them Ling Han recognized, while some of them he didn't recognize. Brother Ling. Yan Xianlu and Lu Jie called as they walked over in unison. When they noticed each other, they couldn't help but falter and look over. What's going on? Why is he also greeting Ling Han? Ling Han smiled and said, Brother Yan, Brother Lu, Ah. Brother Ling, how do you know him? Yan Xianlu and Lu Jie asked in unison. Ling Han smiled and said, I took a trip to Guanhua City, and I became acquainted with Brother Lu there. What? You're genuinely from the calm peace heaven? At this moment, Lu Jie naturally understood everything. He immediately recalled Ling Han insisting that he was from the calm peace heaven. At that time, no one had believed him. In fact, even he had thought that Ling Han was purposefully making up an excuse to turn down his offer. He had even been slightly displeased at that time. However, who would have thought that this was actually true? Gasp. Chapter 1955, Shi Xiuwen arrives. Brother Ling, you really are from the calm peace heaven? Lu Jie still asked, unwilling to give up. Ling Han nodded and replied, as true as can be. Lu Jie's eyes flickered, and after a while he only darkly said, then after we enter the valley, it is inevitable that we will be on opposing sides. I will definitely not hold anything back. What is it? You want to fight? Huanian immediately piped in. Her attitude was very fierce. Lu Jie opened his mouth to say something but then closed his mouth again. In front of Huanian, he really was not qualified to make any outlandish boasts. He looked deeply at Ling Han and then turned around and left. Just as he had said, should they meet inside the valley, it was unavoidable that they would have a great battle. You seem to have gained his resentment? Yan Xianlu asked. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, it cannot be helped. Just let him be. What happened? Yan Xianlu asked again. Ling Han stroked his chin and smilingly replied, it's complicated. They were just talking when Lu Han suddenly ran over and said to Huanian, even if you are a woman, I still want to be with you. Yan Xianlu immediately spluttered. Even though he was known as a divine fetus that had been born on the celestial path, and was as calm and steady as a mountain, all of that had turned completely into nothing at this moment. He coughed endlessly, looked at Huanian and then looked at Lu Han again, feeling completely blown over. Could it be that because it had been too long since he had roamed around he was already outdated and could no longer keep up with the trends? You are so annoying. Huanian declared impatiently. I know of a type of celestial medicine that can change gender, Lu Han said excitedly. I have thought it over for many days. I like you and I can't give up on you. Huanian doesn't like you. Huanian grabbed one of Ling Han's arms. Huanian likes Ling Han, and only Ling Han alone. Ling Han. Lu Han's eyes swept over, focusing on Ling Han's face. Her expression instantly became icy cold, exuding a frosty killing intent. Since that was the case, then she would kill Ling Han off first. Ugly, do you want to die? Huanian, too, immediately blazed with killing intent. She was the most sensitive to killing intent. This ugly hag actually dared to show killing intent towards her Ling Han. Her first reaction was to kill her. Lu Han controlled her emotions, and only shot Huanian a dazzling smile before leaving without a second look backwards. She would kill Ling Han, but she would not do it herself. It would be too easy to do this. She only had to egg on the other monarch tiers to make a move, and with her beauty and status, it was completely a piece of cake for her to make others bite the bait. Yan Xianlu smirked and asked, have I missed something? It was no wonder that Ling Han said it was complicated. It indeed seemed extremely complex. Lao Song and Shan Jitong also arrived consequently. The monarch tiers from the calm peace heaven had all arrived, but because there was a larger number of monarch tiers from the wide prosperity heaven. At present only half had arrived and they were all ranked below the top 10. Even so, when over a dozen monarch tiers arrived at the same time, all of them exuded the kind of aura that came from a ruler of their own domain, capable of causing one to submit to them. In the future these people would definitely become celestial kings, so naturally their aura soared. The two sides were clearly divided, and stood on either side of the entrance. Conflict did not erupt, nor did any immortal palace tier and ascending origin tier elites appear to create a massacre, and ruin the many prodigies that had been accumulated for at least 10 billion years. The journey to this mystery realm could involve a great many celestial kings. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would simply commit a suicidal action. Thus, the battles this time would only take place among the severing mundane tiers. Roar. A loud battle cry rang out, just like the roar of a dragon, but also seemingly like a tiger's roar, so loud that even the mist in the valley vibrated endlessly. A young man was rushing over from the distance. His appearance was extremely primitive, with only a fur hide wrapped around his lower body. His hair had been tied into several dozen braids, each braid tied with an ornament that was made from a jade-colored bone. He was clearly only just one person, but as he ran over, it was like a frightening giant primeval beast bulldozing over. Any person or object that stood in his way would only be sent flying and shattered. Shi Xiuwen. Yan Xianlu stood abruptly, his hands involuntarily tightening into fists. His eyes blazed with fire, his fighting spirit burning brightly. This person was Shi Xiuwen? Ling Han took a second glance at that savage, but as his gaze focused, it immediately drew the attention of the other. Shi Xiuwen also turned to look at Ling Han, his eyes as sharp as blades that slashed rapidly towards Ling Han. Ling Han was completely unconcerned, but a divine sword leaped out of his eyes, greeting the other's incoming attack. Boom. Sword rays clashed, simultaneously erasing each other. This clash seemed to have resulted in a tie. Shi Xiuwen bared his mouth in a grin. He had only used 1% of his battle prowess in this blow, but he was sure that the battle prowess that Ling Han had used was definitely more than that. Hence, it was natural that he was the one who was superior. All of a sudden, his vicious nature exploded. With him sweeping his gaze over everyone that was looking at him, a bout of muffled grunts instantly rang out. Even monarch tears were no exception. They all turned their heads away, feeling a fierce pain in their eyes, while king tears and emperor tears directly cried tears of blood. In the severing mundane tier, the superiority of monarch tier over emperor tier was the heaviest, which was equivalent to a yang soul against the fourth severance. Hence, even if they were emperor tiers, it was very normal that they still could not sustain the might of a glare from him. This guy was a little similar to Huanian, extremely vicious and filled with a primitive air. Shan Jitong and Lao Song couldn't help but feel their heads go numb. So this was a monarch tier of the wide prosperity heaven. Too powerful. Facing Yan Xianlu, even if they were no match for him, they at least had the courage to fight. At least they could be sure that even if they were no match for him, they would still be able to calmly retreat after the battle. But against Shi Xiuwen, they were like lambs that had encountered a fierce lion, only worthy of becoming his prey. Even the two of them monarch tiers were like this, what more the others? All of them had lost all their drive, and could only tremble in fear. This kind of person. How were they supposed to match that? Moreover, Shi Xiuwen was only ranked 9th among the prodigies of the wide prosperity heaven, so what about the 8 people ranked higher than him? It was said that the top 3 were all freakish prodigies, and could single-handedly destroy the heavens, and were indescribably powerful. My hand is itching, who will fight me? Shi Xiuwen called out loudly. While he was asking who would fight him, his eyes were fixed on Ling Han. In his eyes, only this person could barely stand against him in battle, and stepping on prodigies had always been his hobby. Delivering a blow to his opponent that would render his confidence to bits was one of his greatest pleasures. Wild ape, Nyo will come and beat you up. Nyo leaped out. She was not the type to care about any form of rules, and would rather move directly. Boom, an image of the rock appeared behind her. Immediately she was using her full power. Clearly, Huanian was also excited by the thrill of battle, and gave Shi Xiuwen serious regard, treating him like a powerful opponent. So strong. Shi Xiuwen exclaimed in surprise, delighted. He gave a roar and stepped up to meet Huanian midway. With a tremble of his figure, a massive golden giant appeared behind him. It was brandishing a stone pestle that harshly crashed towards the rock. This was a clash between the power of divine fetus of both sides. From a certain perspective, this was a clash between 2 celestial kings as well, though both had just released a sliver of their full might. The heights of the celestial king tier did determine the strength of the divine fetus, but it was also affected by the cultivator's own cultivation level. It was impossible that an ascending origin tier divine fetus would be no match for a severing mundane tier divine fetus. Boom, the giant clashed against the rock, bursting into an intense confrontation. Great Tao shattered, turning into countless fragments of seals that shot out in all directions. Brilliant light filled the skies and nothing else could be seen. Chapter 1956. Boost of Fortune. Xiu, 2 figures shot out of the blazing light while still fighting an incredibly intense battle. Every time they clashed, it would cause great Tao to vibrate, the mist to ripple, and a myriad of sights to appear. Ha, great. Shi Xiuwen laughed madly, his braids dancing, his muscles bulging as multiple ancient seals appeared. That was his divine fetus showing its might, boosting his boundless power, as if he could split open the skies and break open the ground. He was a member of the Golden Giant race. When the world first began, a great many source beasts were birthed. At the same time, a large number of human-shaped beings also appeared, such as the Bronze Giant, Golden Giant, and Thunder Giant. These existences naturally were also Celestial King tier level. However, with the long passage of time, some were still alive while others had died in battle and still others had gone missing. For example, the Golden Giant race. The ancestor of this race had gone missing. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It was as if he had completely vanished off of the face of this world. But this did not affect the strength of his descendants. Once their bloodline awakened, they would become a divine fetus, and would be able to use the superpowers of the Golden Giant and possess boundless strength. At the same time, they also had astonishing defense. Shi Xiuwen roared loudly, activating his ancient power, and pushing his battle prowess to its limit. Fight! 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 Huanian had also been spurred on by the battle. The image of the rock manifested endlessly, and looked like it was actually about to solidify. A massive rock had really appeared. As its wings flapped, its brilliance dazzled the ages. At this moment, both of them were caught in an irresolvable battle. What? Seeing such an intense scene of battle, whether they were the cultivators of the wide prosperity heaven or calm peace heaven, they all revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Those from the wide prosperity heaven did not dare believe this reality. That was because they were too confident in themselves, and thought that any one of the monarch tiers from their side would be able to easily defeat the severing mundane tiers from the calm peace heaven, but now there was actually a young girl that could fight Shi Xiuwen to a stalemate. This naturally stunned them. It should be known that while Shi Xiuwen was ranked 9th from 10th to 4th, their strength was actually very close. In fact, it was possible that Shi Xiuwen might be even stronger than the 4th. That was because when Shi Xiuwen had been in the ranking battles, he had lost his first battle to the heaven-defying freak that had eventually claimed the first place, so the former was heavily injured. And that was why he had repeatedly lost in the subsequent battles, finally falling into 9th place. But even then he still wasn't the 10th, which was proof of exactly how strong Shi Xiuwen was. And those from the calm peace heaven also could not believe it. That was because a great many of them had heard that Huanian had once defeated Yan Xianlu, Shan Jitong, and Lao Song. She was definitely the strongest of the severing mundane tier of the calm peace heaven, but she was actually unable to suppress the 9th strongest of the wide prosperity heaven. But after they had exchanged more than 1,000 moves, the difference between them was shown. Huanian had the upper hand. Her hands were formed into claws, and as she brandished the seal of the rock, her destructive power was incredibly terrifying. Even if Shi Xiuwen had extremely strong defense as the Golden Giant divine fetus, he was still mauled under her sharp claws. What was astonishing was the fact that the blood that Shi Xiuwen shed was actually also golden. It was like liquid metal. The moment it landed on the ground, it solidified. Someone had even picked it up and shockingly uncovered that this was actually pseudo-divine metal. This race was indeed astonishing. Liquid pseudo-divine metal was actually flowing in their veins, so their physique was extraordinarily terrifying. However, what was even more frightening was Huanian was actually capable of tearing through this kind of physique with her bare hands. Just how astonishing was this little girl's destructive power? Ha! You are the first woman that has managed to wound me. Shi Xiuwen laughed raucously, and did not panic or lose his fighting spirit in the slightest just because he had been injured or had fallen into a disadvantage. On the other hand, his fighting spirit was soaring endlessly. Thus, I have decided to make you my woman. His fighting spirit blazed, turning into a hot cloud of volcanic ash. With its support, that golden giant became even mightier, a seal on its chest exuding blazing light, as if it had turned into a sun, and no one could look directly at it. This was a real prodigy. When met with a strong opponent, not only would they not retreat, but would instead improve themselves and break through their limits, pushing their battle prowess, which might seem like there was no way of improving further a step further. Huanian also flew into a thunderous rage and declared, "Nyo is Ling Han's, you wild ape actually dare have designs on Nyo, Nyo is going to beat you to burst." Boom, her battle prowess also increased madly. Multiple veins appeared, and then suddenly struck out towards Shi Xiuwen with a sweep. The great battle continued. Though Shi Xiuwen had broken through his own limits, Huanian was also a battle maniac. She similarly could break through her limits, and thus it was still Shi Xiuwen that was being suppressed. However, though Shi Xiuwen looked like he was about to lose, who knew if he had a frightening ultimate move that could turn the tables. Thus, falling from a disadvantageous position to a true defeat was definitely not something that could be done in a short while. Ling Han nodded. No wonder Yan Xianlu was no match for Shi Xiuwen. In truth, it was already very extraordinary that Yan Xianlu had managed to keep his life in the battle with Shi Xiuwen. However, if it had to be said that Yan Xianlu was inferior to Shi Xiuwen in physique, battle talent, and celestial technique, Ling Han would definitely disagree. The reason could only be the eternal prosperity Celestial King's judgment that Yan Xianlu had conveyed. The wide prosperity heaven had gained a boost of fortune from the heaven and earth. Thus, this generation's young prodigies were much stronger than those from Confrontation heaven. Shi Xiuwen's strength, even in the Western celestial realm, could probably be ranked among the top in the severing mundane tier. That was because Huanian was such an existence herself, and he was only slightly inferior to her. Shan Jitong and Lao Song were both captivated, and had a feeling of despondency that they could not describe. They were indeed slightly inferior to Yan Xianlu, but everyone knew that Yan Xianlu had been birthed on the celestial path. Moreover, he had a master that was an 8th heaven celestial king, so even if they were inferior they could still accept that. Furthermore, after advancing into the celestial king tier, the gap in physique would be leveled out. They were sure that they could catch up to him, and Yan Xianlu would no longer be able to shine all by himself ahead of them. But when they saw Huanian and Shi Xiuwen's battle, their confidence had collapsed. They were all monarch tiers here, but the size of this gap could drive anyone to despair. Was the difference in physique really so obvious? Absolutely impossible. Thus, even if they had all become celestial kings, they would still be unable to match Huanian and Shi Xiuwen. At most, they would only be able to manage a few counters before being defeated. The intense battle was still continuing, and more monarch tiers had also arrived. They naturally were from the wide prosperity heaven. When they saw Huanian and Shi Xiuwen's battle, they all looked grim. Shi Xiuwen was stronger than he had been in the ranking battles, but this young girl was freakishly powerful. Who was she? Where had she popped out from? After fighting for a whole 3 days, Shi Xiuwen finally was still no match for Huanian, and stepped out of the battle. "You are indeed stronger than I am," he declared loudly, but did not lose his confidence just because he had lost one battle. Instead, his vitality and energy both soared to the peak. "Within 100 years I will seek you out for another battle. By then, I will defeat you so that you will obediently become my woman." After he said this, he turned around and left, not giving Huanian the opportunity to rage. Huanian was outraged and was just about to set off in pursuit when Ling Han pulled her back. He shook his head at her and said, "The next time he appears, I will beat him into a pig head so that he will never dare to be carried away by his delusions." Instantly, Huanian was elated, wrapping her arm around Ling Han's arm, looking so completely innocent and lovable that anyone would want to spoil her. Chapter 1957. You are inferior to Shi Xiuwen. Immediately, a great many pairs of eyes looked over, their gaze fixed on Ling Han, looking envious. This young man was really too lucky. Huanian was so strong that she could defeat even Shi Xiuwen, and she herself was world-shakingly beautiful. With such a beautiful partner, what else could he ask for? Moreover, just look at how ferocious Huanian was towards other people, but towards Ling Han, she was as soft and gentle as water. Really, they simply couldn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Lu Han's beautiful eyes were dark, and the gaze she fixed on Ling Han was filled with resentment. If this man did not exist, Huanian would be hers. She only had to eat the heavenly yang herb, and then gender would no longer be a problem. It was this man that had separated her and Huanian. He had to die. Ninth Shi is really so weak that he can't even defeat a piece of trash from the Confrontation heaven? A man who had arrived later scoffed. Seeing all those from Confrontation heaven look towards him, he proudly declared, "I, Fei Yun, am ranked 6th among the severing mundane tiers of the wide prosperity heaven." 6th. Though Huanian had won, it had not been an easy win, and Shi Xiuwen was only ranked 9th. Then just how powerful would the 6th be? Huanian bared her teeth, wanting to make a move again. She had a powerful move she could use, capable of destroying anything, but she could only use it once in many days. If there was no other choice, she would definitely not use it. This was a real trump card that could save her life. Ling Han stretched out a hand and pulled her back, saying, "I'll go." The Empress's fighting spirit also blazed fiercely, but seeing that Ling Han said that he would fight, she repressed her fighting spirit. Trash or otherwise, are you the one to decide? Ling Han strode out. Haha, who from the calm peace heaven is not a piece of trash? Fei Yun's expression was filled with contempt. Why don't you all just attack together? Just see how I will suppress all of you. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. Ling Han shook his head. What good was it to bicker with someone arrogant? Just beat him up. Come fight then. Trash or not, we should decide with our fists. Trash, if you want to be beaten up, I will oblige you. In a flash, Fei Yun had already shot over towards Ling Han. He did not care who else was around them and simply blasted forwards with a punch. There was a vague seal of great Tao on his fist, exuding a brilliance that could shatter everything. Instantly, all those who were not monarch tiers turned around. Once the force of this punch escaped control, the destructive power would be too terrifying. Ling Han shook his head and swiped out a finger. It was a simple action but seemed capable of suppressing the heaven and earth. You dare look down on me? Fei Yun roared furiously, and that seal of great Tao on his fist also became increasingly distinct. Clearly the destructive power had increased further. Ling Han smiled faintly and greeted the incoming blow with a tap. Boom. The first time the two of them clashed, the finger and fist had not actually made direct contact. Instead, there was still a gap of at least 9 meters between them. An intense crash had already taken place between the great Tao and origin power of both sides, and one after another, frightening power and regulations surged out, radiating in all directions. The Emperor tiers that had just fled were carried away by this power, and they involuntarily swayed as if they were drunk. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This was only the difference between an Emperor tier and a Monarch tier, so how could there be such a wide gap in their strength? This was natural. Both Ling Han and Fei Yun were in the 5th Severance, which was equivalent to a Yang Soul elite, and their battle prowess was close to Yin Soul. How could Severing Mundane tier be able to easily sustain the shock waves that resulted from this level of attack? The fact that they had not been directly killed spoke of how strong these people were. Otherwise, if it had been normal 4th Severances, they definitely would have been directly killed off. Ling Han withdrew his finger and was extremely calm. That's all. Damn, you actually dare look down on me so much. Fei Yun's black locks danced, his fury rising to the point of madness. Ling Han shook his head. You have an overly high opinion of yourself. Your strength is completely inferior to Shi Xiuwen's. The ranking could not truly determine the gap in strength. When he delivered this strike, he had taken his own measures. Fei Yun was inferior to Shi Xiuwen. Previously, it was already said that Shi Xiuwen had been ranked 9th because he had encountered that freak who had eventually gotten the first place in his first battle in the ranking battles. As a result, he had suffered a horrible defeat and was severely injured. In the end, he could only be ranked 9th. Of course, this did not mean that Fei Yun was not strong. As a monarch tier, Fei Yun was naturally strong. Furthermore, he indeed could be ranked among the top 10 of the wide prosperity heaven. Compared to Shi Xiuwen, there should not be too much of a gap, but how could top-tier prodigies afford that slight bit of a gap? After I beat you into dust, you will understand just how far the gap is between you and me. A black aura flowed out of Fei Yun's eyes, endlessly rising and turning into a black scythe. Death scythe. Someone gasped in shock, and even his expression had taken a drastic change. It should be known that the speaker was an Emperor tier himself. I really had not thought that Fei Yun would use the death scythe so quickly. A monarch tier sighed ruefully. Who asked that brat to have angered Fei Yun? Another monarch tier, meanwhile, delighted in the misery of others. In the first place, there was a direct competitive relationship among monarch tiers, and now it was an exchange between two great heavens, so naturally they hoped that Fei Yun could kill Ling Han. Fei Yun once again charged out. He had not yet arrived when the massive scythe behind him was already slashing over. It was clearly only an image, yet was exuding the cold light of metal as if it was solid. Ling Han's right hand curled into a fist and shot a punch at the air. Crack. As if a sudden bolt of lightning had struck out of the blow, creases then appeared in the space, wave after wave spreading out in all directions. The death scythe was immediately affected. Its course had been blocked and then damage appeared. Flakes of rust emerged before they floated down. Finally, it turned into countless pieces which were taken away by the winds. Seeing the force of this punch, everyone inhaled sharply. Even the monarch tiers showed expressions of shock. It had been such a frightening blow from Fei Yun, and yet had been destroyed by a casual punch. Ling Han's strength was practically unfathomable. Good. Good. Huanian immediately began to cheer. The Empress meanwhile clapped her hands. The two women would disregard everyone else and do whatever they liked. For example, other women would probably now be embarrassed to cheer for their husband, right? But not them. As expected, you are inferior to Shi Xiuwen, Ling Han said with certainty. Fei Yun's hands balled into fists. He was so furious that a vein popped out on his forehead. It was very rare for a prodigy like him to be angered by anything, but he very much valued his ranking. It was one of the reasons to motivate him to tirelessly work on his cultivation. Determination to become the strongest. But now, Ling Han had actually overlooked all his effort, actually thinking that he was inferior to even Shi Xiuwen, who was ranked 9th. Then didn't that mean that he could only be ranked 10th? How could he tolerate that? You are courting your death, he said menacingly. His right hand shook and a black scythe appeared, bearing a strong resemblance to the death scythe above his head. He used some kind of secret technique, and another image appeared, turning into a gigantic human figure that gripped that death scythe. Soul Slash, he roared, waving the scythe in his hand, and above his head that human figure also waved the death scythe. An indescribable bizarre shock wave swept towards Ling Han. And? Ling Han was slightly surprised. It is indeed a slash on the soul. This blow is purely regulations taking form in an attack, and can also completely ignore physical defense, reaching straight to the mind, striking the soul and eliminating it. Unfortunately, this force is too weak. Ling Han showed an expression of disappointment. Though Fei Yun was only slightly weaker than Shi Xiuwen, this little bit of gap between them made him lose all his fighting spirit. He was just a piece of trash. Chapter 1958, Raped by a Spear. Ling Han released a battle cry, his figure charging out, completely ignoring the soul slash that had been unleashed by the death scythe. Reckless and foolish. Fei Yun smirked coldly. The slash of the death scythe arrived. Ling Han's robes fluttered by themselves, and it was to a very great extent at that. A few corners of his robes had been directly torn even. It should be known that the robes he was wearing were nothing ordinary, but rather something woven from the combination of pseudo-divine metal and divine silk, possessing astonishing defense, but now a corner of theirs had actually been torn. This really was extremely terrifying. But what was more terrifying was Ling Han. He charged over, completely unaffected, his punch aiming straight for Fei Yun's face. What? Fei Yun's mouth gaped, soundlessly saying this word, and his eyes were filled with a strong disbelief. How could Ling Han have blocked this blow so easily? But whether Fei Yun accepted it or not, and believed it or not, Ling Han's fist was already close at hand. Humph! Brandishing his scythe, Fei Yun met the incoming blow. Wanting to use bare hands to face his celestial tool? What a joke. Even though this scythe was only a 4-star pseudo-celestial tool, it had been sharpened by a celestial king, and had just a sliver of the might of a celestial king. It was incredibly sharp and had indirectly increased his battle prowess. Come, see if I won't slice off your fist, and we'll see if you will still move your hands unnecessarily. Ling Han saw this, but he still maintained his posture of delivering a punch without change. However, he did begin to channel the Huanian source water. Peng. The scythe slashed over, landing on Ling Han's wrist, and creating a clash of great Tao and a conflict of regulations. Countless seals were torn to bits, but Ling Han's fist was unscathed. He pierced through all this and continued to deliver his attack towards Fei Yun. Freak. This time Fei Yun was really stunned. The weapon had been sharpened by a celestial king, and still couldn't slice off Ling Han's wrist. Have your defenses been strengthened by a celestial king? Of course not. That was because the Huanian source water had shown its might. This was a source power of heaven and earth. Though it was limited by Ling Han's own cultivation level, could Fei Yun really unleash the full might of a celestial king? Of course not. Moreover, only a sliver of his power had been boosted by a celestial king, while the Huanian source water was Ling Han's own source power. How could it compare? Thus, since both sides had been weakened, Ling Han naturally was unharmed. Peng. The punch blasted and landed on Fei Yun's body, sending his whole person flying. Ling Han shot out, catching up to him with a single step. Again another punch flew out. Peng. Fei Yun's figure instantly flew upwards into the skies. Peng 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 peng. Ling Han caught up and continued the barrage of blows. Fei Yun was really deserving of being a top-tier monarch tier. Even if he wasn't, he should be very close to it. His whole person curled into a ball, his hands covering his face and guarding this spot, which was also the most important region. This was enough to ensure he did not sustain heavy injury. Ling Han had a great many ways to pierce through this defense, like the 9 heavens flame, the Shenin source water, or using the 3 types of power of regulation that the Black Tower had, but against this kind of trash, did he have to use such high-level techniques? You want to be a coward, right? Fine. He shot out a foot. Peng Fei Yun was instantly sent flying madly into the skies. Then Ling Han summoned an iron spear. This was the wager that Mo Shuang had given to him, a pseudo-celestial tool previously owned by someone he did not know. Ling Han used the power of space. His figure flashed and crossed the dimension of space. In a few moves he caught up to Fei Yun. Then he struck out the spear in a direct stab, aimed straight at the ladders behind. No. Though Fei Yun was grabbing his head, when the divine sense of a celestial expanded, what difference did it have with witnessing it with his own eyes? This spear was going to rape his A*S. His face had turned green. In complete public, in front of the eyes of many, if his A*S was raped by a spear, just how would he be able to continue living? However, for the sake of protecting his vital points, he had curled himself into a tight ball, so how could he easily change the course of his flight? He hurriedly stretched out his body, wanting to use a movement technique. Even if he would suffer a blow to his thigh, he could not allow his A*S to suffer. But his body had just stretched out when this strike had already reached him. Half the spear had instantly directly sunk in. Hu asked him to deliberately stretch out his body, as if he was welcoming the penetration of the iron spear. Ayo! He screamed in agony, his whole person stretching out into a straight line. Disgusting! Ling Han hurriedly flicked his hands and tossed Fei Yun out. Peng Fei Yun fell down from the skies, crashing heavily onto the ground, and producing a cloud of dust. He maintained a sprawled-out posture, while there was still a shaking spear that was stuck in his behind. In truth, he had not fainted. This kind of attack was not strong enough to cause him serious injury, but the crux of the matter was that this was a humiliation, so he did not even dare to raise his head. As a noble monarch tier, one that was ranked 6th even in the wide prosperity heaven, he had actually been A*S raped in public. Instantly, everyone from the wide prosperity heaven felt like they had a common enemy, turning their furious eyes on Ling Han, while feeling like Ling Han had humiliated the entire wide prosperity heaven. Public enemy. Ling Han was unconcerned. Since they were going to fight over the fiery flame lightning strike wood, he was going to defeat all order prodigies. Even if you hate me, go ahead. Worst come to worst, I will just suppress all of you. However, even though they hated him, not one person jumped out to challenge Ling Han. Fei Yun was a good example. Why isn't Lord Yi here yet? What about Fairy Shu? How about Tang Minglong? The prodigies of the wide prosperity heaven all called out loudly, their emotions excited. Yi was the existence that was ranked at the top of severing mundane tier in the wide prosperity heaven. No one knew if it was his surname that was Yi or his actual name that was Yi, or if it was actually just an alias. He was an extremely mysterious person, but his strength was astonishingly amazing, and it was undebatable that he was ranked first. Xu Yaring, the number 1 beauty of the wide prosperity heaven, who was also number 2 in the rankings of severing mundane tier. Meanwhile, Tang Minglong was ranked 3rd. The strength of these 3 was clearly a level stronger than the other monarch tiers. Thus, the prodigies of the wide prosperity heaven were sure that as long as these 3 arrived, any of them would be able to suppress Ling Han easily. In such an excited atmosphere, no one noticed that Fei Yun had quietly dug a hole, and had already crawled in. Then he dug deeper and deeper, climbed further and further. He had fled. Ling Han walked back to his original spot, and saw that Yen Xianlu and the others were all looking excited. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Lord Ling. This was too awesome, standing up strongly for the calm peace heaven. It should be known that ever since they had come, the people of the wide prosperity heaven had all looked contemptuously at them, looking down very much on the calm peace heaven. But now, reality had smacked them hard in the face. Weren't the monarch tiers ranked 6th and 9th still sent off in defeat? Shi Xiuwen fortunately had run off fast enough, or he would be A*S raped too. They all discussed spiritedly, and everyone felt regretful that Shi Xiuwen had not been A*S raped as well, which involuntarily made Ling Han sweat madly. He probably hadn't started a trend of A*S raping, right? That scene was too filthy and too violent, and he dared not think more about it. Too bad. Even Huanian looked regretful. Nyo actually did not think of such a fun thing. Her eyes lit up, and her gaze swept over the gathered masses from the wide prosperity heaven, looking very much like she wanted to catch one of them for an experiment. Not good. This girl was a curious kitten. He definitely could not allow her to learn such a despicable move. Ling Han hurriedly wrapped Huanian in his arms, changing the topic to food. Instantly, Huanian was drooling, and she had successfully forgotten the action of A*S raping that was completely unfit for girls to do. So close. Chapter 1959, Top-Grade Monarch Tears arrive. Another day later, an important figure from the wide prosperity heaven finally arrived. Tang Minglong. Just hearing the name of this person would make it very easy to imagine a broad-shouldered man with tall build, but in truth, he was a dwarf. His figure was covered with wrinkles and he had a head of gray hair. No matter what, no one would probably be able to connect him with their image of a top-grade monarch tier. But it was rumored that this was the reincarnation of a celestial king. No one knew why a celestial king had to choose such an unbearable body, nor did they understand why the celestial king had not mended this body with his own ways. To all severing mundane tears, this would only be a piece of cake, so it could not possibly be difficult for a celestial king to accomplish. If the rumors were true and Tang Minglong was really the reincarnation of a celestial king, further thought would bring the realization of just how incredibly terrifying the new generation of the wide prosperity heaven was. If even the reincarnation of a celestial king could only be ranked third, then just how powerful could Yi and Xu Yaring be? Lord Tang. A considerable number took the initiative to stand and greet him, and only the monarch tiers were relatively more reserved. So what if you were a celestial king? You had already dropped down to rock bottom, and all of us would be able to become celestial kings in the future, so who would have to fear anyone else? What everyone respected would always be true strength. Tang Minglong was standoffish, appearing to be slightly antisocial. Someone who had loose lips immediately pointed at Ling Han and called, "Lord Tang, this person has insulted our whole wide prosperity heaven." Tang Minglong looked over. However, there was only a hint of confusion in his eyes. He did not speak up to ask further. That person hurriedly related the matters that had happened previously, and then looked at Tang Minglong impatiently, hoping that he would stand up angrily and seek recompense for the wide prosperity heaven, as well as stamp down completely on the calm peace heaven. Trash was still trash after all. When Tang Minglong heard all this, his eyes turned on Ling Han and Huanian. His gaze flickered slightly. Then he closed his eyes and sat down in a cross-legged position on a huge rock, looking like he did not want to be disturbed by such trivial matters. Everyone from the wide prosperity heaven was disappointed by this, yet they could not compel Tang Minglong to make a move. They could only hope that Ling Han and Tang Minglong would meet each other after the Three Blooms Valley opened. We don't need to wait that long. When Lord Yi is here, he will definitely step out to suppress Ling Han, someone said with full confidence. And this won the agreement of many, and even the monarch tiers looked reverent. They were all monarch tiers, but Yi was too strong, reaching the point that even they could only look up at him. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. All of a sudden, fragrance diffused in the wind, and multiple beautiful blooms floated down from the skies. However, when one stretched out his hand to touch it, he would realize that these weren't real flowers but mere images. However, the fragrance was real. Fragrance wafts 10,000 miles, Fairy Shu is here. Immediately, everyone from the wide prosperity heaven became excited. Xu Yaring. Not only was she the #1 beauty of the wide prosperity heaven, she was also the second strongest elite of the severing mundane tier. Under these two halos, it was natural that she would seem like a goddess from the 9 heavens, noble and graceful. Very soon, a white figure was rapidly coming from the distance. She was an extremely beautiful woman. She was dressed in snow-white robes, with multiple colorful butterflies on her skirts. Occasionally they would flap their wings and fly, but they would immediately soon turn into bits of light and disappear. These were not real butterflies but something formed by regulations. Ling Han couldn't help but feel his heart jolt. This woman had not deliberately channeled any technique. This was the automatic manifestation of great Tao, which was extremely shocking. This was the effect brought on by a divine fetus. Fairy Shu. Fairy Shu. Fairy Shu. All those from the wide prosperity heaven approached to greet her. Even Tang Minglong couldn't help but open his eyes, and glanced at Xu Yaring's face. His wrinkled face showed a strange expression, and then he closed his eyes back again. He continued to meditate, appearing to be unconcerned by all else. Xu Yaring was exquisitely beautiful. Though Lu Han was also a beauty, and she was ranked just below her, when the two women stood side by side, one would discover that Lu Han was obviously inferior to the former. However, everyone had no choice but to admit that whenever Xu Yaring had appeared in the past, she would immediately become the sole center of attention of the whole area, but it was a different case now. Her charms were completely suppressed by another woman. Huanian. No matter from which angle they looked at it, it was Huanian that was superior. Though this little girl did not have much of an image, just see, she was already eating in public, one hand holding a chicken thigh, and her mouth oily from her Fidanyon's heart would still be moved by her beauty. To say nothing of Huanian, even those two women by her side were similar. One's face was veiled, but her figure was perfect and flawless. Furthermore, she had an unmatchable noble air. She could captivate anyone without any need to show her true appearance. The other was seductively beautiful. Her almond-shaped eyes were capable of saying words, enchanting and alluring. Xu Yaring had clearly discovered their presence as well. She looked towards Huanian, and a hint of shock flashed through her eyes. There was also an indescribable look in her eyes, a very complex mixture of astonishment and reverence. Naturally, another began to make complaints to Xu Yaring, trying to sow discord. Xu Yaring only smiled slightly. Instead, she nodded at Ling Han and Huanian, and then walked to one side, waiting silently for the Three Blooms Valley to open. Fine. Xu Yaring was not willing to move either. They could only anticipate then. This guy was incredibly vicious, and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. He did not care whether he was in the right or not. He only had to beat his foe into submission, so even if he had been wrong, he would become right. He come quickly. One day passed after another. Time passed very quickly. Though several other emperor tiers had come aside from Yi, all the other monarch tiers had arrived, there was still no trace of Yi. A very great change occurred in the Three Blooms Valley. These several days, wild winds filled the air, as if they intended to break through the heavens. Boom, multiple streaks of fire would occasionally soar skywards, and there would be bolts of lightning striking down as well, as if some existence was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The fiery flame lightning strike wood is about to appear. Many cried out, appearing incredibly expectant. Source power of heaven and earth could only be obtained through a stroke of fate. Who knew it might be them that were the fated ones? For this kind of bizarre scene to appear, it meant that the opening of the Three Blooms Valley would be within the next 2 to 3 days. But where was he? Why was he still not here? One day later. Xiu xiu xiu, a flood of arrows appeared in the skies, shooting rapidly down from the skies, and enshrouding everyone that was standing at the entrance. Who dares to be so insolent? Humph. Damn it. Everyone moved and dispersed this wave of attack. This was an Emperor tier level attack. Thus some looked strained, but for Monarch tiers, it could not be easier to deal with. Xiu, another arrow streaked past, shooting straight for a Monarch tier. How dare you? That Monarch tier shot out a punch. Peng, the arrow of light shattered, but a flash of blood flickered across that Monarch tier's fist. He had actually been wounded by this blow. Everyone inhaled sharply. Clearly, the last attack had not been delivered with the full force of the person who had launched the sneak attack. Xiu, another arrow shot over, but this time the target had been switched to another person. One arrow followed another. These attacks were all very crafty, shooting from different angles. It was like the sneak attacker was unleashing his attacks from different locations. Even top-grade monarch tiers like Ling Han, Huanian, Xu Yaring, and Tang Minglong were being attacked. Who is the bastard that dares to sneak attack Niu? Huanian jumped up, flying into a thunderous fury. The Empress was fiddling with an arrow in one hand, and the beautiful face under the gauzy veil also showed a hint of anger. Someone actually dared to launch a sneak attack on her. Ha 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 ha. Following a loud laugh, a young man strode out, his hands holding a silver bow that was about half a foot long. I am Wuming and hereby greet all of you. Chapter 1960. Wuming Celestial Tool. Ji Wuming. They all exchanged looks and then shook their heads. This person was really Wuming. None of them had heard of this character. However, everyone immediately looked furious. This man attacked them without distinguishing any target, and had provoked so many people all by himself. Just how outrageously bold could he be? What is the meaning of this? A monarch tier asked with forced patience. The reason why he had asked instead of directly attacking was because the attacks that Ji Wuming had previously launched were all too weak. Without absolute uncertainty, how could anyone dare to make a move? What if it led to his own embarrassment? Moreover, there were still such top-grade monarch tiers like Xu Yaring, Tang Minglong, and Ling Han present. Even if anyone were to stand up in resistance, it would not be them, right? I just wanted to take a look at all your strength, Ji Wuming stated calmly. This kind of answer caused a great many to be outraged. Just because he wanted to take a look at their strength, he attacked them without any prior warning? What if they were injured then? Of course no one would say such words. How could it be that cultivators feared battle? The people of the wide prosperity heaven all looked at Xu Yaring and Tang Minglong, while the people of the calm peace heaven looked towards Ling Han and Huanian. However, Xu Yaring and Tang Minglong were only staring at Ji Wuming, or to be more exact, staring at the white bow in his hands. Huanian gave a soft "ee" and said, "I seem to have a little recollection of that bow." She thought for a while, then clapped her hands suddenly and declared, "That is the minor heaven's complete bow." What? Ling Han hurriedly asked. Huanian nodded, looking very serious and solemn, and said, "Nyo isn't very clear either. I just have some vague recollection. That is a celestial tool, and belongs to the very, very powerful category even among celestial tools." "That's right, minor heaven's complete bow," Xu Yaring continued. "The bow is made from the trunk of the world tree, while the string is made from a main tendon of a ninth heaven immortal dragon. One only has to pull the bow string slightly, and it would be able to shatter the heavens." World tree, ninth heaven immortal dragon. Among the source powers of heaven and earth, the world tree was one of the 9 great ancestral woods. A bow made from this wood should be unsurpassed by anything else. At most, another object would only be able to catch up to it. And the main tendon of a ninth heaven immortal dragon was even more frightening because the source power of heaven and earth could only represent celestial king tier, while a ninth heaven immortal dragon represented the pinnacle of celestial king tier. Merely these two objects were already supremely precious treasures, but now they were put together, and used to construct a celestial tool. The value of this was practically unimaginable. Hence, though this thing looked so small it seemed like a toy, its might was incredibly astonishing. If news of it spread out, even celestial kings would be tempted. Whether it was snatching it in public or stealing it secretly, they would definitely make a move. Even Ling Han was a little tempted, but as long as others did not come to trifle with him, he would not think of stealing just because someone else had something precious. Of course, the fact that Ji Wuming had attacked him without rhyme or reason just now was already enough reason to make Ling Han angry, and thus make a move. Hee, not too bad. Ji Wuming laughed. "Everyone, the opening of the Three Blooms Valley is close at hand. A source power of heaven and earth will appear. You all don't mind if you have an additional competitor, right?" "Sir, which heaven do you belong to?" Xu Yaring asked. "Traveling the world, not belonging to any heaven." Ji Wuming gave a very vague answer. In truth, due to the fact that he called himself Wuming, it would be very, very hard for others not to pay particular attention to his identity. A top-grade monarch tier, and one that had a top-grade celestial tool, appeared out of nowhere. Why did everyone think that there was something off about this? Xu Yaring calmly said, "Everyone has a share of natural treasures. Obtaining it would have to depend on your own fortune and strength." "I am quite confident in my own strength though," Ji Wuming answered with a smile. His eyes swept over the gathered masses, a strange smile curling the corners of his lips. Then he sat down at the side as well, closing his eyes to rest. Everyone was infuriated by this. This guy had just launched an offensive against them, and now he actually dared to sit down right in front of them, looking like nothing whatsoever had happened. How could they not be angered by this? But neither Xu Yaring nor Tang Minglong looked like they had any intention of making a move, so the people of the wide prosperity heaven all wilted. On the side of the calm peace heaven, Ling Han was quite intrigued. He had a feeling that this Ji Wuming was the same level as Xu Yaring and Tang Minglong, and was worthy of being a strong rival for him. This caused his fighting spirit to begin blazing. Very good, he could now fight to his heart's content. The mystery realm has opened. Just at this moment someone suddenly cried out. At the entrance, the mist was rapidly dissipating, revealing a valley path that was slanting downwards. It was very wide, about 3,000 meters wide, and it was very even, as if it had been sliced out with blades. Really, there were clear signs of the rocks having been sliced. It was absolutely impossible that these marks had been created through wind erosion. It is said that when the ultimate celestial kings battle, their battlegrounds could possibly transform into a natural mystery realm, someone said slowly. This Three Blooms Valley had also been formed in that way. Ahead of them, the mist was dissipating even faster and faster, as if it had suddenly been absorbed by the ground, and their vision became incredibly clear. Let's go. Someone immediately leaped out, entering into the valley. It was fine even if they were not the strongest. They only had to be the one to arrive first in front of the fiery flame lightning strike would, and then they would gain a chance of being selected. Which one of those gathered here was not at least an emperor tier? Wasn't an emperor tier impressive enough? Thus the stupid bird would fly first. Let's go too, let's go too. Huanian shouted in excitement, arms wrapped around one of Ling Han's arms. All right, we'll go too, Ling Han said smilingly. He first drew the heavenly phoenix divine maiden into the black tower. Those whose cultivation levels had reached the dividing soul tier or further than that could not enter, but it did not mean that those below the severing mundane tier could easily enter. It only permitted severing mundane tiers. Huanian ran energetically ahead. She was practically dragging Ling Han along with her, while Ling Han and the Empress walked side by side. Finally, the last person was bewitching Maiden Ro, looking a bit like a wife that had been bullied. In the past she only feared the Empress, and now there was another Huanian. Both of them could restrain her easily. The Empress was majestic and stern, born as a ruler, while Huanian was completely unreasonable. If you did not obey, she would just beat you up and continue beating you up until you obeyed. Yan Xinlu and the others also moved out. They had long since formed an alliance. They could use a formation to oppose an existence stronger than themselves. Hence, they similarly were filled with confidence. The contest was going to begin from this moment. Getting a source power of heaven and earth naturally could grant them a complete rebirth, so they could make up for the distance that separated them from top-grade monarch tiers. The path in the valley was slanting downwards, and the further down, the wider the path became. Occasionally, underground gases would spray out, turning into incredibly beautiful blooms of great Tao. But no one dared touch them. The slightest touch would result in either death or injury, and it would be serious injury at that. It was even possible that they would never be able to heal such injuries. These blooms did not have roots and would slowly float. One had to dodge them at the first instant. Though they were floating very slowly, it was like they were capable of instant teleportation. In truth, they were not the slightest bit slow. Thus, one had to maintain absolute caution against them. Furthermore, the further down, the more the number of these blooms of great Tao would increase. They were close to covering the entire path in the valley, so one did not know where it was safe to set his foot. Ling Han and his group were all cautious. Now that they were here, even Huanian did not dare to be rash. This made the little girl very displeased. Her lips pouted, her unhappiness written all over her face. Thankfully, only the blooms of great Tao were floating around. If an enemy suddenly appeared at this moment, it really would not be easily dealt with. An entire 3 days later, the path of them finally became even. Had they reached the bottom of the valley? Whom are the funeral bells ringing for? A low voice rang out. Chapter 1961. Regulation of Slaughter. A person had appeared ahead of them. However, it was really very difficult to use the word person to describe him. He could only be considered a human-like figure. His body was covered with sharp spikes of varying width, some thinner and some thicker, appearing very bizarre. These spikes were completely unlike adornments, but rather seemed to be growing directly from his body and looked very natural. Ling Han and his group were surprised. This human figure had to be a being of the Three Blooms Valley. Otherwise, they definitely had not seen such a monster come in with them, and one that had managed to rush ahead of them at that. This place was actually capable of nurturing living beings? They did not hear Yan Xinlu speak of this. Ling Han did not think that Yan Xinlu would deliberately hide this kind of information. Of course, It was also impossible that the eternal prosperity celestial king had deliberately concealed it from his beloved disciple. Then, there was only one reason, and that was this monster had been birthed only in the last 100 million years. It could be tens of millions years ago or hundreds of thousands of years ago. In fact, it could even be as recently as 3 to 5 days ago. How could the mysterious and profound nature of nature be easily guessed? And whom are the war drums made for? This human-like monster continued, his voice very low. Accompanied by the tone that he was using, he seemed like an old soldier that had lived through many battles, relating his reflective thoughts of war. Stupid monster, why are you acting all mysterious? Isn't it just because you want to fight? Come, Nyo will oblige. Nyo called out loudly, but before the human-like monster made a move, the Empress had already charged out. Boom, she shot out a punch and sword chi danced madly. Weiya, you are so despicable, this is Nyo's. Nyo stomped in fury and charged out as well, attacking that human-like monster. Now that she had made a move, the strength of the human-like monster was clear to see. Yang Soul. Against severing mundane tier, this should be completely one-sided. Unfortunately, whether it was the Empress or Nyo, neither of them were ordinary severing mundane tier, but rather 5th severance monarch tiers. In terms of cultivation level, they were equivalent to Yang Soul, and in terms of battle prowess, they could still be invincible in a battle against an opponent that was 1 cultivation level higher than them. Which also meant that they could defeat even Yin Soul elites. Under the combined forces of these two women, how was this human-like monster supposed to resist? Peng Peng Peng. In a chaotic tussle, he was very quickly beaten up. What was strange was the fact that this human-like monster did not have a body. Under the masses of spikes, the body was actually empty. There was only a crimson stone that was like its heart. However, it was only as big as a segment of a pinky. Why do you have to fight with Nyo? Nyo was not willing to give up the matter and glared at the Empress. The Empress, meanwhile, couldn't be bothered to give her any regard, looking like she was treating her like a child, so she would not lower herself to Nyo's level. Despicable witch. Nyo stomped in fury, clinging onto the Empress tirelessly. She was determined to get a reply. There were times when she was really very obstinate. Ling Han meanwhile picked up that crimson stone. However, his hand had just touched it when a boundless red immediately surged out in his mind. Shadows of swords and blades presented a complete massacre. He immediately showed an expression of shock and exclaimed, "Regulation of slaughter." The Black Tower also contained regulation of slaughter, and he had attained a superficial comprehension thereof, so he was not the slightest bit unfamiliar with this regulation of slaughter. The Empress was immediately interested and came closer to see. Hey, which you haven't said why you have to fight with Nyo yet? Nyo said, unrelenting. Regulation of slaughter? Bewitching Maiden Ro also approached, similarly filled with interest. You're saying that this contains the regulation of slaughter? The regulation of slaughter was outside of the 5 elements and lightning. Usually, there would completely be no chance to study it, so it was incredibly precious. Ling Han glared at her and retorted, even if there is, it's none of your business. Bewitching Maiden Ro was irritated. This unromantic rude boar, she really wanted to strangle him. Ling Han tossed the stone to the Empress. He had the Black Tower and could study the regulation of slaughter at any time, so he did not need this kind of thing. The Empress would naturally not act reserved with him, and put the blood-colored stone away. Bewitching Maiden Ro pouted slightly. She too wanted it, but Ling Han didn't even bother to ask her. He really was despicable. Which Nyo is speaking to you? Nyo was abruptly still unwilling to give up. With Nyo constantly pressing for an answer, they walked ahead for about 2 to 3 miles, and another human-like monster covered completely with sharp spikes appeared again. Nyo screamed and hurriedly made the first move to attack. Very soon she killed this monster. As expected, the sharp spikes fell, and it was completely empty inside, except for a small stone that was as red as blood. It's still regulation of slaughter. Ling Han nodded and then tossed the stone over to the Empress again. Because the valley had become completely even here, and there was nothing resembling a path, but it had rather become a massive plain, they were like stones that been thrown into the ocean, not creating even the slightest ripple. Everyone would definitely have chosen a different direction, and after walking for an extended distance, this difference would be huge. Thus, Ling Han and his group did not catch up to the people ahead of them, nor were they surpassed by those behind them. Whether they were still in the lead or had fallen behind, they had completely no idea. Oh, oh, oh. A strange animal sound rang out, and a weird demonic beast appeared ahead of them. From the looks of it, it should be a hog, but it was similarly covered with sharp spikes, which instantly made its size double, giving off a twisted feeling of pressure. I'll go. Bewitching Maiden Ro was the first to move. If this monster was still killed by Ling Han, the Empress, or Huanian, she would not be able to bring herself to ask for a share of the precious gems that contained the regulation of slaughter. But if she took the initiative to attack first, then even if she would only be watching from the sidelines for the rest of the battle, she could still bring herself to shamelessly ask for a share of the loot later, right? She moved directly. Her slender hand shook, and a wooden sword appeared in her hands, which she slashed out towards the blade hog. Xiu's sword chi surged out, turning into a brilliant light. This strike was struck on the blade hog, but not even a single spike had been severed. Instead, it made this blade hog focus on her, and a murderous aura instantly surged over. Bewitching Maiden Ro's beautiful face paled, and she almost passed out. This was regulation of slaughter, which was incredibly frightening. Even Ling Han's expression changed immediately, and he exclaimed, "Not good, this thing is Earth Soul level." Hong Long Long, the blade hog, charged towards Ling Han and his group in a flurry of its hooves. "Come, let's give it a try." Ling Han's fighting spirit was ignited, and he greeted it with a punch. Puh. Ling Han was immediately sent flying, so fast that his figure was like a cannonball that had been shot. Ling Han had been sent flying for close to several hundred miles before he finally managed to slow himself down. He saw that the part of his robes covering his abdomen had been torn, revealing a circular wound, and traces of blood had also appeared on his abdomen. He had actually suffered injury from this blow. Earth Soul level battle prowess was indeed terrifying. Ling Han rubbed his abdomen and gritted his teeth. As expected of regulation of slaughter. Otherwise, merely Earth Soul alone would not have been able to damage his physical body so easily. This little injury was not enough to drive him into a breakdown, but the problem was that his attack was far inferior to his defense. Fighting with this blade hog only meant that he would be barraged with attacks, so what was the point? Flee? Hide into the Black Tower? Ling Han shook his head. In a motion of space teleportation, he instantly appeared in front of that blade hog. He drew the divine demon sword and delivered a strike. Wing, majestic light unleashed in all directions as sword chi filled the skies. The blade hog naturally would not be afraid. With a shake of its body, countless spikes shot out, blasting towards Ling Han. In that short instant, this blade hog had turned into a naked hog. Ling Han stretched out a hand and lightly said, "Time, stop." Whether it was the blade hog or the spikes and blades that were filling the skies, they all entered into a paused condition at the same time. Chapter 1962, Celestial King Bloodstone. This was not Ling Han's ability, but rather the Black Tower's might. When the flow of time slowed down to the maximum, the result was immobility. Shua, the divine demon sword, swept out, and with a pu, a high-quality hog's head flew skywards out of nowhere. However, it instantly vanished, and the body of the hog also collapsed, similarly breaking into bits and pieces, and leaving behind only a single stone as red as blood. Hoo. Ling Han used the divine demon sword like a cane, continuously panting, his expression very ugly. The price for using this move was too massive, exhausting him completely. It was not only his origin power but also his soul. His whole person seemed to have become a blank piece of paper, where the only thing remaining was emptiness. He could use time acceleration and deceleration as he liked, but the more serious the effects and the wider the range, the more it would take out of him. This apex immobility of time made Ling Han directly lose all ability to continue battle. Furthermore, this move could only be used once a month in real time. It was useless even if he went into the time cultivation chamber. The Black Tower would need to draw out a certain energy from real space. Ling Han, you are so awesome. Huanian immediately pounced. You managed to kill even an Earth Soul level monster with a single move. So awesome, so great, Nyo wants to have kids with you. Everything the little girl said was all for the sake of the last line, yet Ling Han was only willing to embrace her and kiss her, which made Nyo very displeased. Peng Ling Han was immediately pushed down by Huanian. At this point he did not have the slightest bit of strength left. Huanian giggled and planted kisses on Ling Han's face non-stop. Not only did she kiss him, she also licked and bit him, acting very much like a little kitten. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro was incredibly stunned. That creature just now was an Earth Soul level monster? And Ling Han had actually killed it with a single strike? Just how strong was he? Yet she did not know that this was not Ling Han's own battle prowess, but rather the might of the Black Tower. It could only be used once a month and had almost drained Ling Han completely. If there were a few more enemies, that would only be a suicidal action. However, this time she could shamelessly pick up that blood-colored stone. But the moment she moved, she saw that the Empress grabbed the stone in her hand with a wave of her hand. "Sister," she called out plaintively. The Empress swept a stern eye on her and said, "I have my own plans on the allocation." "Oh." Bewitching Maiden Ro twiddled her fingers. In front of the Empress, she would not have the slightest temper. "Girlie, get up." Ling Han was almost suffocated by Huanian's kisses, yet the other two women did not seem like they had any intention of giving him a hand. Huanian giggled and said, "Let's have babies." This was constantly in her mind. Ling Han began to lecture her righteously again, and took out a considerable amount of food before the little girl temporarily forgot about the matter of having babies. He recovered some energy and finally could stand up and walk around. "What stone is this exactly?" "It actually contains a sliver of regulation of slaughter." Ling Han had the Empress take out all the blood-colored stones. The stone that represented the Earth Soul monster was very clearly much larger. "This is Celestial King Bloodstone." Small Tower suddenly spoke up. In an intense Celestial King tier battle, blood splatters on the ground, and these stones have been stained with a sliver of Celestial King tier blood, yet had not shattered. After countless years of development, a strange change has taken place, Small Tower explained. Realization dawned on Ling Han. No wonder there had been strange human-like creatures and demonic beasts, but when they were killed there was no actual body. As it turned out, the root of everything was the blood that had been left behind by the Celestial King. As expected of a Celestial King. He had merely spilled a little blood, yet after countless years, it could actually result in such a shocking mutation. Then this Celestial King must have cultivated the regulation of slaughter, he surmised resolutely. At least 7th Heaven Celestial King. Small Tower also made its own deduction. It looked like the rumors were not false. A great many natural mystery realms had been the battlegrounds that had been left behind after Celestial Kings battled, and contained the immortal and ageless will of the Celestial King. After countless years of development, the power of heaven and earth would also be added in, so it would become a natural mystery realm. Ling Han nodded and said to the Empress, "Put them away. Looks like we should be able to encounter more of such monsters, and collect even more Celestial King bloodstones." He roughly outlined Small Tower's words to them. Ordinarily, one could only cultivate the regulations of the 5 elements in lightning, while other regulations could only be gained through specific celestial medicine or certain unusual treasures. However, these regulations were more powerful, and could be maintained until right before Celestial King tier. Hence, the value of these Celestial King bloodstones was extraordinarily high. From a different perspective, the value of the Black Tower was what was truly astounding. It actually contained the 3 regulations of slaughter, time, and space. If Ling Han comprehended these regulations and was still unable to become an emperor that destroyed all his peers, then he really would be trash. The 4 of them continued on their way, and very soon, they encountered another human-like monster. Huanian and the Empress rushed forward together and dealt with it quickly. But subsequently they encountered a great dilemma. Another beast-like monster appeared, having Earth Soul-level battle prowess, and chasing Ling Han and his group to scramble everywhere. Thankfully, this monster seemed to have a specific range of activity. After they left this range, this monster would also stop and no longer pursue them. The 4 of them exchanged looks and suddenly broke out into laughter. In a battle of equals, they had never been chased everywhere by their opponents. This was a very novel experience. After we break through to the dividing soul tier, we will be able to beat these monsters easily. Ling Han rubbed his nose. It was unfortunate that time stop could only be used once a month. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to run. However, after we break through to the dividing soul tier, we won't be able to enter this place anymore, the Empress said. "Nyo can." Huanian exclaimed, raising her hand. "Nyo also has a great ultimate move, and killing these monsters would be as easy as slaughtering chickens." How frequently can you use it? Ling Han asked. Once every 3 months. Huanian raised 3 fingers. Ling Han nodded and said, don't waste it on these minor characters. Unless in a life or death situation, don't use it. This is to be used to save your life. Okay, Nyo knows. Huanian nodded obediently. They continued to go deeper, and when they encountered Yang Soul and Yin Soul monsters, they would move to kill them. If their opponent was Earth Soul level, they could only break into a run and flee. After these several times, they had also diverted from their original course, but it could be confirmed that they were still heading to the depths of the valley because those 3 peaks were there as their guide, so they couldn't possibly have lost their way. This valley was astonishingly huge, and they weren't able to use movement techniques to sprint at full speed ahead either. Thus, their speed of traveling was naturally not going to be fast. A whole 3 months had passed and they still hadn't made it to the middle. That was because they still hadn't reached the foot of the 3 peaks. This would be the sign that they reached the middle. According to Yin Xianlu, there is also great fortune at the foot of the 3 peaks, Ling Han said. But as for exactly what it is, the eternal prosperity celestial king did not tell him. Then let us go and take a look. It should not take too much time. The empress nodded. They headed to the left mountain peak. 7 days later, Huanian suddenly stopped, and then looked like she was sniffing around. Then her eyes narrowed. So aromatic. Ling Han naturally believed the nose of a glutton with absolute certainty and asked, what do you smell? The aroma of celestial medicine. Huanian opened her eyes. So fragrant, at least 5 billion years old, and has reached small accomplishment at least. Then we need to go and take a look. The 4 of them changed course with Huanian leading the way. They followed the aroma, and after they walked more than 100 miles, only then did Ling Han and the Empress smell a refreshing fragrance. As expected, they could not compare to a glutton. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.